touching up. I'm not stressing, no, no. You can love me, you can hate me. That Papa God will do the blessing when you take it from me. Oh, no, no. That God will suck it for you too. Me, I'm not sweating when you stop it from me. That God will stop it for you too. Clip on money, go. I say, move from here. Cheche pole, move from here. Move from here. Sake pane, move from here. Move from here. Come around and move from here. Look at them. Look at them. All the cheche pole them. Look at them. Oh, nah. They want me to go down. All the cheche pole them. Look at them. Oh, nah, nah. Look at them. The cheche pole them. Look at them. Oh, nah. They want me to go down. Make it. Make it. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Make it. Make it. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Make it. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Make it. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Make it. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Make it. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Make it. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, nah, nah. You grab on the beat. Yeah, Nadia. Nah, nah. Clip away. Oh, yeah, yeah. Why you want to bring me?
You got me on the other side today. But good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Wherever you're joining us from, welcome. Welcome to the Liberia Radio and Television Network. My name is Derek Yale, and I'm here with my co-host, Mr. David Togbe. Mr. Togbe, welcome and good evening.
Good evening, Daniel. Not Daniel, but Derek. You know, I'm sick of Daniel here, so
It's okay. It's okay. It's
Derek,
okay.
Derek, how are you?
Thank you very much. Guys, let me just introduce you to what we're doing here. I know you're expecting to see us on Thursday at 8 p.m. Eastern time, but hey, we're just under 72 hours away from the elections in Liberia, and as was suggested by many of our supporters, we will be bringing you cross time right here on the Liberia Radio and Television Network. So this is dedicated to our supporters, and our panelists will give you the final message as you guys head to the elections on October 10th, 2023. That is just under 72 hours, and that is on Tuesday of this week. If you're registered, make sure you keep that date in mind so that you can go and make your decision on who will lead the country for the next 6 years. So this is crunch time on the Liberia Radio and Television Network. So if you're watching us, as you can see on your screen, do us a favor and share this program on your Facebook page and encourage your friends and family to like, share, subscribe, and follow this network. Again, this is the Liberia Radio and Television Network. We're bringing you crunch time, and we'll be on every single day till the elections. So we will be on today from 6, tomorrow 6 p.m. Eastern time, and Tuesday 6 p.m. Eastern time. So everything you need on the elections, apart from results, you can come here. We're going to be having a very interesting conversation here. We will introduce our panelists very shortly. But for now, let me go to Mr. David Togbe so you can give us any opening words before we welcome our panelists for this special edition of the Hands On.
So, okay, Derek. So, thank you very much, and I say hi to all the panelists. As you said, we are not counting days now. We're counting minutes or hours. Tuesday will be voting day, so the momentum is high here. Everyone is talking about Tuesday. The political parties are closing their campaigns, as you know, by 12 May night today. Campaign officially ends according to the next own schedule, official schedule. So we expect that all political parties, all independent candidates will be breaking down their posters, their banners all across the country, in the streets, in the communities, on the walls of buildings. All these campaign materials, posters, and banners will all have to be brought down in compliance with the next regulations. So we expect that by 12 midnight tonight, yes, the campaign, will stop until Tuesday. Everybody goes to vote. So I guess all political parties and all Liberians are aware about the regulations that by 12th May, midnight today, campaign will be over. So that's what I can say for now, Derek.
Thank you very much. And guys, as you heard from Mr. Takwe, as per NEC guidelines, 12 midnight today, Liberia time, 12 midnight, elections campaign will be officially over. So we would like to encourage you to please abide by NEC guidelines. So not to hold you any further and time being fast spent, let me before I actually introduce the panelists again, I know you will get tired of hearing me say this, but please share this program on your Facebook page and also make sure to follow this network on Facebook and YouTube. That is the Liberia Radio and Television Network for short, the LRT network. So make sure you follow us so we can continue to bring you quality content right here on this network. Again, time being fast spent, let me introduce our panelists for the night. And we also have a special guest with us tonight. That is
On this station, so I will see you. Okay.
Mr. Thank you very much, Mr. Jawinkin Wea, Mistress Vera Addy, and Mr. Anthony Gay. Let me take my time to introduce all of you. Let me start with you, Mr. Anthony Gay. I see you have CPP there. You're a supporter of the CPP. But welcome to Crunch Time right here on the LRTN network. And Crunch Time Hazon. So talk to us. Welcome to the Hazon. Welcome to the LRTN family.
A disclaimer here. Thank you for having me. A disclaimer here. I'm not an official spokesperson for the CPP United States or the CPP Liberia. However, I have been within the ANC arena now since 2015 up to this point. I led the Delaware Valley chapter for 3 years. I also served in the executive committee as well. So for the ANC USA as well. So basically, I'm here as a supporter of the CPP and also to propagate message for the CPP. But I'm not an official spokesperson of the CPP. So whatever I say here is based on my own opinion and based on my own analysis. Thank you.
Again, thank you very much. Like you heard him, he's the official spokesperson of CPP. I'm just kidding. Not an official spokesperson of the CPP. But welcome to the team, Mr. Gay. And let's move down to Mr. Jawinkin. We are a familiar face here on the High Zone. We're here Crunch Time right here on LRT, and we are just under 72 hours to the elections in Liberia. Mr. Jawinkin, we are welcome to Crunch Time, the High Zone. I don't even know how to call it. It's the High Zone, Crunch Time, or Crunch Time High Zone, but welcome. You're muted.
Hello, are you hearing me now?
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay. Thank you, Derek. Welcome, David from Liberia, and the first to the panelists I see. Welcome, guys. This is LRTM. My name is Jawinkin Wea. I support the Tier 1 Gonglo campaign because I believe Gonglo is the right person to claim Liberia the problem that we are facing. What we have in Liberia, it's not a question of who is in position, but our problem is the governance structure. So we need somebody that can really change the structure because in the current structure we have in place is where government officials are worshiping corruption and there is a selective justice. These are the two problems that we are facing in Liberia. We got enough resources in Liberia to take out other profit, but because of corruption and selective justice system is what we are suffering. So today that will be I'm also a member of the media committee here in the United States for Gonglo. So I will, even though many people are told to say that, well, Gonglo does not have the numbers, but I told them that 1 + 1 equal to 2. So if you add that, it will be +1 + 2. But we did what we could. But what I can say to all Liberians, why they should support Gonglo, I would prefer any of the opposition parties to become president, the next president, as compared to the current president, President Weah. I've been receiving calls that I'm from the Southeast. Why is it that you don't support Weah? Well, from the Southeast, all Liberians are Liberians. We got one identity. We got one home. we got one thing to be proud of, which is Liberia. The patronage system that has been in place needs to end, where the presidency or anybody in government will take money and divide the money and go around as though the money is his. We need the kind of system that will allow people to compete. For children in Liberia to have something to fight for example.
Thank you, Mr. Thank you, Mr. Nweke. It's just the introduction. I will come back. I know you're ready now, but keep on at anything. We'll come back to you. It's just the introduction. Thank you so much, Mistress Vera Adi, and I would just like to give you guys credit for the show's supposed to start at 6, and you guys were one of the first 2 panelists to show up here for the show. So I would like to start by giving you credit. Mistress Adi, welcome to the Hard Zone, and welcome to Countdore, a very special edition of the Hard Zone.
Thank you for welcoming me. My name is Vera Adi. I'm a team member and a supporter of Dr. Clarence Clay Moniba, the next president of Liberia, the face of the now generation. And I also am a member of the New Liberia movement, which was birthed under the vision of Dr. Clarence Clay Moniba. And I'm glad to be here. I say good evening to the listening audience. And once again, thank you for welcoming me.
Thank you very much, Mistress Adi or Miss Adi?
Mistress Adi.
Mistress Adi, okay. Thank you very much. Mistress Goa, welcome. And again, I have to give you credit too for you, Mistress Adi was here first, as the show was supposed to start at 6. So welcome to the Hard Zone, and thank you so much for being on time.
Thank you, Derry. And the reason why we're here on time because we follow the leadership of our leader, Dr. Clarence Clay Moniba. He's always on time, so that's why we are here. But my name is Grace Goa, and I'm a supporter of Dr. Clarence Clay Moniba. He is the vision bearer of the New Liberia movement. His number is number 13 on the ballot, and his VSB is Grace Pan, Madam Grace Pan. So I'm happy to be here to be able to say, things about Dr. Moniba and encourage the Liberian people to actually vote him, because right now, Dr. Moniba is the only candidate that represents the New Liberia, and he is the only candidate that have the vision for the youth of Liberia. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mistress Goa. And guys, those of you watching us, please, you have heard from our panelists, and we'll have more panelists joining us as the show goes on. But do us a favor, please share this program on your Facebook page and also follow the network. My name is Derek Yale, and I'm joined by my co-host, Mr. David Tarkbe. As you know, all roads leads to Tuesday of this week, because the week starts on Sunday. October 10th, 2011 will be 2023. It's a very important date in Liberia. That is the day all of Liberians, the over 2 million Liberians that are registered to vote, will be making their decision on who will lead the country. So we have 20 people vouching for the presidential post, and we have several other people running for senators and representatives. So we have Liberians from the diaspora flooding in the country for a couple of weeks, and just the past few weeks to make that very important decisions. And our role as a media institution is to give supporters and pundits and propagandists of those political institutions to proffer their message, why they think their guy or their guy is the best person for that position. That is exactly what we will be doing tonight. So I have my man with me, Mr. David Tarkbe. That's what we're going to be doing. But before we do that, we will take a very brief break. When we come back, we have a very special guest from ULA that currently in Liberia to observe the elections. So we will do a very short interview with our special guest after the break. So for now, guys, share the program, and we will take a very brief break. When we come back, we'll bring you that special interview and the discussions from our panelists. Again, this is the Hard Zone, a very special edition. We like to call it Crunch Time. I'm here with David Tarkbe. So we'll see you right after the break.
My name is Bobby Dilawi Sogan Gio, commonly known as Swaga Titi. Yeah, I'm also here to give you a little tip.
And NASAWA is not only here to educate people about violence free, but we also have other programs coming on like promoting safety, so to encourage the public. So please, listen at the voting duty.
The organization is here to promote road safety awareness and training programs.
Violence may seem like an easy solution, but it has never been a problem solver.
Violence is a brutal or aggressive behavior which intends to inflict peace on others.
Violence in any form should be opposed because we cannot achieve anything through violence.
At the end of the day, violence never really solves problems, but rather create new ones.
Violence is not power, but the absence of power.
Talk is cheap, voting is free. Take it to the ballot box.
This message is produced by Nasaba Incorporated and sponsored by Road Safely for Liberia, USA, in support of the next 2023 elections.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, wherever you're joining us from. Thank you again for joining us back on here, the Liberia Radio and Television Network. This is a special edition of the Hard Zone, and we like to call it Crunch Time. I'm here with my co-host, Mr. David Takwe, and as was promised, we have a special guest from the Unions of Liberia Association in the Americas. So let's introduce our guest, Miss Minerva Grant. Welcome to special edition of the Hard Zone. Welcome to the LRTN family. Can you hear? You're muted.
I'm sorry. Thank you for welcoming.
It's just Grant. This is the Hard Zone. I know you're a familiar face here on this. You know very well of this network. So we'd like for you to talk briefly to our supporters. I know you're in Liberia right now. What is your mission there in Liberia? And I know you're with EULA. So you can talk briefly to our supporters about what you're doing in Liberia with EULA.
Okay, thank you for inviting me to this program. I am here. We are here as a server for EULA on working in partnership with the All Liberian Conference on Dual Citizenship, which is part of EULA, but we're working in partnership with them. So we on the ground here, we have representatives from EULA, we have representatives from the Liberians in Europe, the diaspora Liberian in Europe. We have representatives from Australia and representatives from Ghana coming to observe this election. Well, yeah, 2017, we were able to get EULA to be accredited as observer for the National Elections Commission, and I was here that year with some people, with some members from EULA in Europe and Australia and Ghana to be part to observe. And so we are back here 2023 again as observer, international observer.
Thank you very much. You're there as an international observer. You said you're partnering with some other organizations. We have a representative from several other nations, including Ghana and Europe as well. Now, before I get into the real issues, how long are you in Liberia for? And you've been observing the campaign activities. What would you say about it?
Well, everybody, I think it's what I see so far. People on the street, people meeting. I left America on Monday. I arrived on Tuesday. I came in Monrovia Wednesday morning. Met with some of my partners, and we met on Friday at the NIC office to pick up our documents. You know, they have a flyer that they gave us, approved envelope they gave us with everything in it, our tags and everything to news, and our badge to news to get around on Tuesday. So, but I mean, people go around doing a campaigning, and I think it was on Friday when I met with Reverend Shema. He representing the diaspora community in Ghana. So I met with him, and we pick up those things that we're supposed to news as observer on Tuesday. This is 2017 when we went to Liberia to observe, and you see we have 3 persons from Ghana, 1 person from Europe, and that my partner, may her soul rest in peace, Honorable Jennifer Bronskin Gray. She's in the pain from Staten Island. She was with that team 2017 to observe the election.
Thank you very much. You said you were there 2017.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
how can you how can you what is the difference between the campaign period in 2017 and now? Is there any difference that you see as
I,
far as campaign activities?
no, I ain't see any difference. I see the people doing the same thing, campaigning and moving
Thank you.
around.
David, if you have any question, you can squeeze in. I don't want it to be just me. Do you have any question right now, David?
That matter. So,
You're muted.
yeah.
You're
Okay.
good now. Go ahead.
You hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah.
So I did ask her all the questions yesterday, and I was picking up more as to uh, she been out here since 2017, if I'm not mistaken, and she's back. And I was asking her, is this Moravia she met or this Liberia she met? This 2023 different from the one she met 2017. What has she seen anything changed since her arrival here?
Again, like I said, this is Morovia.
And it's great. So how are you going? You and Yula, how are you going to be carry on the observation of the elections? Is it are you going to be driving around from one polling centers to another polling centers, and will it be in all of the counties or just Monrovia?
We are trying to, because we are not many yet, but we have other Liberians that are on the ground too that are working with us. So we're hoping to be into 7 counties. Um, so I will be in the Central Morovia area. I'm starting from the 24th Street in the morning on Tuesday. I have a precinct right near where I live. So I'm going there to like introduce myself, because if you have to come back in the afternoon where you started from, that way they will allow you to be to see the county, and that's what I really want to see. I want to be part of the county of the ballot. So I'm going there that morning, introduce myself, and then I will start with going towards the Painesville area. So I will stop in the various precincts and just maybe spend an hour watching. I know for one thing, I will go to the Painesville City Hall, because that's a big precinct there. When I was here 2017, I went there's a big precinct, a lot of voting stations. So I'm going there to observe, and hopefully I will go where the non-president live, where President we are, and and Vice President Boyka, because I bet both of them in the same precinct. So I want to go to that part of town to observe. And I will just take my time and then try to be back here before the closing of the polling station, so I can stay in to observe the county of the ballot. And I think that's what my other colleagues will do. We
Thank you.
really, yeah, because watching the people voting, we pray that it will be free, fair, and no violence, so we can watch them. But I believe the county of the ballot, that's the time you really want to see how it was done.
Thank you.
So that,
Thank you. Your use of free, fair, and non-violence election actually the next question I was going to ask you. For the sake of our audience, when you say you will be watching, you will be observing, what exactly are you going to be looking for? Like you've heard it mentioned, is it irregularities, is it disturbances and stuff like that? And at the end of it, will you be making reports? And who will
oh
you
yeah.
be making this report to? Can you talk
Well,
to us?
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was done. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Tim.
Yeah, we're gonna make report. We did it 2017 when we got from here. We made our report. I made the EULA report to the president of EULA at that time, what we observed and our recommendation. And I guess the European, the other partners then did that. And hopefully we can present it to NAC, like, all right, this is what when our observer came, this is what they observed and gave recommendation, because you seen problem, then give solution, give us recommendation. So that's what we tend to do.
What are some of the things you saw in 2017, and what are some of the recommendations that you gave to NEC?
Well, when I gave 2017, I know it was fair. I mean, it was free. People were voting freely. But doing the counting sections, I feel what I saw on my own is that um counting of the ballot, if they can give the people more light, electricity were not like that. They were using, I think, like when people call it a Chinese lamp. That's what they were using, and most of the workers there were not, some of them, not most, not paying attention, to it. And so, yeah, so that recommendation we gave and other recommendation, but mainly the place should be light because you're using paper and people need to see, and then instead of crowding it, because like in one and because it's a school building. So in one little classroom, they had like three stations where they were counting. And then you hear one person say, "Oh, John," I just call his name, like John Brown, but then another person call it different name. So like paying attention, or not like going also at least if they can do maybe one classroom per one station to do the counting, because that's a crucial moment for people to listen, for people to see, and I think so. That was some of the recommendation we gave.
Thank you very much, Miss Grant. Now, will you be participating in this election, or any of the observer will they be participating in the elections?
I don't know about the other servers, but I won't be participating. Unfortunately, I wasn't here to register. And the good thing, dual citizenship gave us the privilege because we regained um, our citizenship. And that's why I think I heard you saying a lot of Liberians came from the diaspora to come to vote. Those came and they were able to register, and now they have the privilege to come now and vote. Unfortunately, I did not, so I'm not going to be participating. I'm not going to be voting. I don't know about my other partners, but I'm not going to be voting in this election. Hopefully, next election, I will vote. I will register to vote.
Thank you very much. And speaking of dual citizenship, we have to give you the necessary credit for facilitating for that to happen. We see influx of diaspora Liberian in Liberia, and in Liberia this week and the week before that, to be a part of making that important decision. Now, speaking of Yola, let's talk about this trip to Liberia. Are you the only officials from Yola that will be serving as observer? And who's funding this trip to Liberia? Is it Yola or the government of Liberia?
Not the government. I'm not the only official. We have our financial secretary. He's here with me, Mr. Alexander Pasi, and Eula and us and ourselves have, and we sponsor the rest.
Oh, Eula and those that are on the trip. So
Yeah.
is it 50-50?
I would say 60-40 from Eula and 60 from us. We
Right.
love our country, so I mean, yeah.
That, that's good.
This is
But
our saver duty. This is our saver duty, and we came to do it. I mean, you in the States. I left I'm leaving my job for 2 weeks to be here. That's money.
I just a
But we
lot of sacrifices. Yeah, I just a lot of sacrifice. I know how much it costs to go to Liberia. I know what it costs to leave your paycheck behind for a couple of weeks. So you got makes the necessary sacrifice for a country. I must applaud that. Now, my next question. David, do you have any other questions? I'm trying to process my next question. Go ahead, you're muted.
You say Mrs. Grant or Miss Grant?
Miss Grant.
Miss Grant, okay, Miss Grant. The electoral process starts from registration all the way to campaign, then casting the vote. Did you have, because Tuesday is already voting day, but the process leading to the the polls, did you observe anything regarding the process leading to the day of voting since your arrival?
Um, I would tell you no, not yet. Meaning the person I've been working with now is Reverend Shema. He's the one thing going to all the meetings and things because we just coming. And when I came on Wednesday, I had a lot of stuff to do concerning you, but I have not. So I can't answer that question. But Reverend Shema will be the best person to answer it.
Thank you very much, Miss Grant. Now, I know you have elaborated. Your job is simply to observe the elections, and make report at the end for any recommendations you may have. So my next question, you can choose to answer it or choose to not answer it because I don't think it falls under the scope of your work. Now, given the what have been in the news about, especially about NEC, and Unity Party took them to court for not releasing the final registration roll, and others have think that they have said that the National Elections Commission is not competent to conduct a free, fair, and non-violent elections. As a Liberian and an observer, you can choose to answer this or not. Do you think NEC has what it takes for these elections to be free, fair, and non-violent?
Well, what okay, so far, I pray that Liberians are ready to go to the poll. We pray that there be no violence. It be free. I hope it be free, and I hope it be fair. But I cannot say who competent or not. At the end of the day, when we making our report, then maybe we can put those things in our report with what we observe.
Thank you very much, Ms. Grant. If you don't have any more questions, David, I would like to give you the opportunity, Ms. Grant, to give us your final message or to the people of ULA, to the diaspora here and out there with you in Liberia, and also to those that will be part of making that decision. So you can give us your final words. And again, it's a pleasure having you here on the LRTN network. But give us your final words before.
Well, I just want to thank Mr. President Shehu Kamara of ULA for taking us this opportunity to be on the ground to observe the national elections of our beloved country, the Republic of Liberia. We pray that it be free of violence. We ask all Liberians, both the ones from the diaspora and our Liberians that live here, violence would not fix the problem. Let us go and let it be fair, let it be free. Let us go and vote your choice, vote your conscience. Go out there and vote, because that's the only way you will get what you want. Please don't sit down and say, oh, I'm not going to vote. Especially if you register and say, oh, my vote will not count. It will count. Every vote count. So please get out there on Tuesday and vote. And we are here to observe. But please, no violence. No. Liberia, we don't need that again. We know what we've been through. Let us go to the ballot and let it speak for us. Let our vote speak for us. So please come out and vote, and we will be there to observe. Again, thank you, and thank Mr. Shehu Kamara and the administration for allowing us to be on the ground to observe.
Thank you. That is the voice of the National Executive Vice President of the Unions of Liberia Associations in the Americas, Ms. Minerva Grant. Thank you so much for talking to us on this network today.
Thank you. And you know the time at 11 o'clock, and so I can go to bed.
You gotta well, let me bid you a good night. Have a good night.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you, press people. And let you guys go on with your hard topic and hard crunch. And
guys, that's exactly what we're going to do. If you're watching us, again, this is the Liberia Radio and Television Network. I'm here with my co-host, Mr. David Talkway. My name is Derek Yale. Elections is October 10th. That is this week, Tuesday. But before you go to the pool to vote on Tuesday, remember that 11:59 October 9 or 12 a.m. tonight, campaign activity according as per the Elections Commission's guidelines will be closing at that very specific time. So make sure you conclude all of your campaign talks. And speaking of that, we'll have our panelists right here on this platform right after our break, so they can give you their final message leading up to the election. So guys, let's take a very brief break. When we come back, we will introduce again our panelists and we will get right into our discussions.
Maintaining your vehicle can be a major investment. That's why here at Brothers Auto Care, we pride ourselves on providing professional and reliable auto care at affordable rates. Whether you need an inspection, new brakes, or diagnostic reports, our skillful and experienced mechanics are here for you every step of the way. Call Brothers Auto Care now to schedule your next auto maintenance and repair service. At Brothers Auto Care, we help you drive home with peace of mind.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Derek Yale.
No fronting, can't talk cause I'm up to something now. I'm up to something, let it be no fronting.
We feature a team of panelists from different political institutions, different political persuasions, and this panel comes with different styles in discussing national issues.
I'm up to something now. I'm up to something.
If you are living in a glass hole, don't throw stone.
No fronting, can't talk cause I'm up to something now. I'm up to something.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You're back here on the LRTN or Liberia Radio and Television Network. And this is a special edition of the Hard Zone, as I would like to call it, crunch time. Elections is just under 72 hours. And polling places campaign activities will be closing midnight tonight. And we'd like to have our panelists on, as you can see on the screen right now, give you the final words in support of their candidate. They talk, you make the decision. So hopefully they can be able to convince few of you or many of you tonight to support or vote for their candidates. And guys, as you all know, constituents or voters change their decision even right at the polling station. So I wish you guys luck in discussing the issues tonight. Hopefully you will be fair to the Liberian people in your discussions or in your support of your individual candidate. Before I open the conversation up, let me encourage those of you watching us to please follow this network on Facebook. That is the Liberia Radio and Television Network. And if you're watching us right now, please share this program so that your friends and family may be able to benefit from this program. We have our panelists lined up tonight, and we will have more of them joining us later on. And we will also have correspondents and reporters in other parts of Liberia that will be calling later on the show to give us update on the campaign activities there. But for now, we can have this discussion. Let me first of all give you guys the opportunity to give us an overview of your campaign activities this elections period. I would like to start with you, Mistress Grace Goa. Talk to us about the Money Back campaign activities and also talk about on some topics of interest that you've seen from other political institutions and why you think your guy is in the position to edge all of them and become the next president of Liberia. Mistress Goa.
Thank you very much. Dr. Clarence Bay Muniba has been very, very energetic and very forward going on these elections. He announced a candidacy in January 17th of this year, and he has been very, very hard and strong on pushing his agenda to all the counties in Liberia. Dr. Muniba has been to every county. He went to villages that no presidential candidate have ever gone to during these times. And you can see video on Spoon Network and other radio stations, including LRTN. People telling Dr. Muniba, thank you for coming to the villages because they have never seen even a government employee visit them. So he has been very vicious in his campaign style, and I admire his work a whole lot. The closing of his campaign was like two days ago. I think it was on last week, Thursday. And after this, he still has been going to other places and meeting people and talking with them, regardless whether the crowd is big or the crowd is small. He will go there because his main thing is to engage the Liberian people and tell them what he can do for them as president of Liberia. Dr. Muniba spent almost 2 decades in America trying to get his education. Sometimes he was homeless, and he went and he made sure that he was educated and prepared. He went back to Liberia in the heat of Ebola to serve in Ellen Johnson's government. And he went there and he served Ellen Johnson's government. He became the youngest person in the country history to be named the Minister of State with a portfolio, as well as the chairman of the board of the Liberian Electricity Corporation. And he has been the principal advisor manager for Ellen Johnson government. As we all know that Ellen Johnson government was one of the best government, in Liberia, although they were not perfect, but Liberia had a stability at that time. Dr. Muniba was part of that process. And Dr. Muniba led a lot of team and negotiated millions of dollars for Liberia, for major infrastructure that took place in Liberia during Ellen Johnson's time. I can
Thank
name
you.
some of them: Mount Coffee Hydro, the
Thank
Lo-Fi
you.
Road, your
Thank
Robert
you.
International
Thank
Airport
you.
Terminal right now.
Thank you,
He
Mrs.
was one of the
Cole.
person that negotiated the
Thank
funds.
you, thank you, thank you, thank you,
Thank
Mrs. Cole. And for the record, you spoke for more than 2 minutes. So I don't want you attacking me later on in the show. Say I didn't give you a minute and 30 seconds. I just want
Yeah,
to.
I know the tag. I just asked you the question.
Sorry, yeah.
Thank
And
you.
Mr. John Winkin, let me hear you. I started the clock late, so you had that extra 30 seconds to talk. Mr. We are talk to
Okay.
us.
Thank you again, Derek. Wherever you are, whether you are in Liberia, outside of the country, the first thing I like to say is that Liberia is the only country that binds all of us, regardless of where you are, your religion, regardless of your tribe, regardless of. But my main message is the poverty in Liberia is not because of lack of resources, or it's not because of international community is not willing to give more money to develop our country, to develop the minds of our children, to make our young girls, to stop them from selling their body for school fees. The problem that killing Liberia merely is corruption, where people think that when they are in power, they are entitled to the resources of the country, including money. So these people call themselves honorables. Some of them in government men get 23 girlfriend, 5 girlfriend, 6 girlfriend. That is not honorable behavior. And for this kind of thing, for this thing to stop in our country, we need to change the entire governance structure that will stop corruption and selective justice. I support Yawonse Gonglo because he believes Liberia supposed to be developed like any other country. He's going to bring back the way Tupper was enforcing the rule of law. If you remember, for those who are older, Tupper signed the death warrant of his own brother who was executed. That
Thank
was
you.
called.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jai Winkin. We are that was it for your minute and 45 seconds actually. Now let's move to Mr. Anthony Gay. You have CPP on your name here, but talk to us about your guy. Talk to you about your overview on the campaign activities in Liberia.
Some of us, when we support people, we don't support them because of popularity. We support them because of the integrity and the productivity in the word. In my hand is a vitamin C, power C, the flavor. This drink was introduced when Cummins were brought to the United States in 2008. In 2011, this brand for launch. Across the globe, there's 200 products of Coca-Cola. People wouldn't know Coke, but there are 200 products of Coca-Cola. Ladies and gentlemen, let me say this to you. The campaign of 2017 and the campaign of 2023 is not the same. Cummins could not brag of any county that he could win in 2017. Today, we can confidently brag of 4 major counties that we can win. And this puts us in the position to be in the second round. And any candidate, whether President Weah or Joe Boakai, we can defeat those 2, either one of them. And this is the reason why we are confident. We saw today in Grand Bassa County a term used in a Mr. Industry called collabo happens today again, where we saw His Excellency Bezanga Finde and Councilor Charlie Bronskin pair up together, and they deliver the county of Grand Bassa today, where they spoke to countless members of that county. Ladies and gentlemen, election is all about number. It's a political calculus. You must understand. How do you get to the finish line? It's not about charisma. It's not about big words. It's not about speaking to things that people will not relate to. It's about how you position yourself. Mr. Cummins was very clever enough that everything that Unity Party brought before him, go with Joe Boycott so you can have an easier way. That was a scam. That was a clever way for the Unity Party to eliminate Mr. Cummins. And how he agreed, based on the CPP framework document, the standard bearer has absolute power to select his or own vice standard bearer. And because of that, Mr. Cummins cleverly walked out of that scheme. Joe Barker never once asked Cummins to become his vice presidential runaway. We saw what happened to Yumbi Kanga Lauren today, and today she shamelessly accepted the term rescue mother. Ladies and gentlemen, politics is a calculated risk, and you must understand how to play that calculus. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. D-Day is around the corner. Liberian people will make that decision on the 10th of October, 2023. They will decide who will lead the country for the next six years. Miss Mrs. Adi, let me take you now to give us your overview on the campaign activities in Liberia.
Well, as I see it, a supporter of Dr. Clarence Clay Moniba, he has been in the top 5 candidates that I named. In my view, he has been the hardest working because he has the energy, he has the endurance, and he has even today. He was in Grand Cape County. I think he's on his way back to Monrovia. So this man has been working hard. He has integrity. He is committed. He is experienced. He is ready to lead Liberia. When I look at Dr. Clarence Clay Moniba, I see myself in him. The other candidates in the top 5, when I look at them, I see my parents. I don't see the future. I see the future in Dr. Clarence Clay Moniba when I looked at him because he looks just like me. And with all the civil crisis that has happened in Liberia, and Liberians, our generation that were caught up in that civil crisis, have traveled the world. We have educated ourselves. We have put ourselves in position to lead. We are ready. We are experienced. And I think we are the one who will turn Liberia around. And so I'm telling every Liberian out there, when you look at Dr. Clarence Clay Moniba, you see yourself. You see your aspiration. You see your strength. You see your vigor. You see your future in him. Go to the polls on October 10th. Stand there, count from 1 to 13. Vote for Dr. Clarence Clay Moniba for transformation so that your future will change. Every other candidate in the top 5, when you look at them, you see your parents. And our parents were in the generation when the Civil War began. They were our age. They did their best for us, but that's it. Their time has passed. In this life, there is a time and season for everything. It's not time for them to get off the scene and our generation to come on the scene and turn Liberia into a positive nation and to turn it into a 21st century nation. All the other ideas that people got, they are just stealing now. They're telling the younger generation. They're repeating the message of the younger generation. These people have been on the scene for the longest time. We never heard some of the messages. So they are just tag along as far as I see it.
I'm sorry. When you talk about these people, is there a particular candidate that you're referring to? When you say these people, from what I hear, is there a particular candidate that you're referring to?
I said the candidates in the top 5 that were named.
Alexander Cummings is fairly young, so he can kind of represent the.
I never represented Liberia before.
But when I see him, I see my parent. I don't see myself in him.
Yeah, thank you. Let me ask you, Mr. Goa, because you mentioned something that I thought was very, very, very interesting. When you talk about Dr. Moniba, Dr. Clarence Moniba association with Ellen, he said he served as a principal advisor. Now, in Ellen, in her own words, he described her government as corrupt.
Absolutely.
Is he associated with that, or is he just there for the good credit? How would you argue that?
Everybody in Ellen Johnson Sirleaf government served in the position that they were given. They were supposed to have their track record in this position that they were given. Dr. Moniba's track record is clear out there. It's all over the internet. When he served, he delivered on his position. The other people who did not deliver on their position, it left with them. If we all are hired for a certain job, like I'm on my job right now, I'm doing my job. Every week I'm tallied to see how many cases I have processed and how best I process those cases. And that's the reason why I get raised on my job. So Dr. Moniba did serve he paid his dues, and he was able to. He's one of the people that came out of any Johnson City has no attachment to corruption. If you go and find, he did not have any. His hands are very clean. So the part where he played as Ellen Johnson principal advisor and her project manager, the duties that he was giving, he was able to execute on those duties. That's why the new terminal, you see all of them flying now, they're going there, they're landing there. Dr. Moniba negotiated funding. He was part of that team that negotiated hundreds of millions of dollars, thousands of dollars to do that terminal. He also did the White Plains water facility.
Thank you, Mr. Anthony Gay.
And he paid his dues there too.
I see you nodding your head. Do you have a?
Oh yeah, I have a different perspective. Myself, I am a technical operating supervisor here at Microsoft. Look, listen, when you are a leader, you take responsibility for whatever to happen. And another thing, a team is a team. You cannot separate him from Ellen failure. Unfortunately, I'm sorry. A team is a team. I take responsibility for my subordinate all the time. The other day, $78,000 worth of fiber optic cable was damaged. I have to sit and discuss how it happened, and I wasn't there. But it's one of my members on my team that did that, and I have to take full responsibility. I have to discipline him. I have to take actions, but also look back on my team. That's how you lead as a leader. You don't pick and choose. You don't get to say, oh, but because he's sour clean, he was part of a team.
Nobody picking and choosing here.
Period.
Nobody picking and choosing. What I'm saying is that he delivered in his position. Now he even said on Spoon Network when they interviewed him, he said some of the things that were done wrong, he wished it could have been done better. He did not remove himself from there. But when it comes to his personal position,
but you just remove him from there.
Go ahead. But let me hear from Mistress Addie and Mr. Weir on this that the monument not being associated or de-associated with Ellen's failure. Let me hear from you, Mistress Addie.
Dr. Monima has never separated himself from anything. And like Chris said, when he had an interview on Spoon TV, and when he was asked the question, does he regret anything? And he sat there and he stated what he regretted during that regime. He sat there and he explained he did not separate himself. As far as I'm concerned, the only person that have been separating themselves from Ellen and aligning with the good, but separating from the bad is Ambassador Boycott. Dr. Clarence Moniba has never done that. But what Chris is saying is we all have positions. Not Ellen Johnson Sirleaf was the president. Joe Boyka was the vice president. They were the head, like the CPP person is saying he's a supervisor and he had to reprimand his employee for what went wrong. It was upon the head of Ellen Johnson Sirleaf and Ambassador Joseph Boyka if she had instructed him to reprimand those who were involved in corruption. That was their duty. That was not the duty of Dr. Clarence Moniba. When he was on a team that he was supervising, when things went wrong, he corrected it. So you cannot say as a supervisor, as a leader, you're supposed to correct your subordinate and you are responsible for that. He was responsible for his role.
Let me interject.
Everything that went wrong, he took responsibility, but you can't take the responsibility for something that...
Let me ask you this real quick though. Now, are you saying that then if Ellen government failed the Liberian people for 12 years, and that the Monuma was associated with that government that failed the Liberian people for 12 years, is it fair to say that he also failed the Liberian people?
He did not. He was not in our government for 12 years. That's the first.
He served. Maybe not the entire term, but according to Mrs. Goa, he served as a principal advisor to Ellen. And Ellen failed the Liberian people for 12 years as far as corruption is concerned. Would you say that the Monima also failed the Liberian people? Is it fair
I will not say he failed the Liberian people because I think he served in Ellen government for 4 years out of the 12 years. And besides that, it is because of Dr. Moniba's productivity in Ellen Johnson's government that they even have any kind of thing to boast of. If you notice out there, all of the they talk about, all of the good they talk about during the Ellen Sirleaf regime, these were projects that were handled by Dr. Clarence Moniba that was under his function. So then that's what they're boasting for. Aside from what they talk about road and what else have you heard them boast of? Besides what was under Dr. Moniba's function, what else do they boast of? So I won't say he was part of the failure. They had failed the nation, and they had needed to take responsibility. It was the duty of the head to reprimand those who were corrupt. Dr. Clarence Moniba couldn't have gone and fired somebody who is not in his purview or who he's not supervising. He couldn't go and fire them for corruption. How could he have done that?
Again,
Derek, if I may, 10 seconds, please.
Can I answer that question? The thing is that you can be an advisor. Okay, you can be an advisor to the president. Doesn't mean that everything you advise the president, she's going to go by it or he's going to go by it. You can give them your what you have on your mind. You can tell them what you think that should happen. The president will be the one to make that decision. No president in the entire world will be listening to advisor telling them, and they will just go straight by what the advisor tell them. After everybody advised them in the capacity, they will go and make that final decision on their own. So let's just get that clear.
Derek, if I may, please, 30 seconds, please.
Go ahead.
You know, there is a sadness here right? Liberia is a unitary state, meaning no government ministry, no autonomous agency make his or her own decision. Everything comes from the president. But you heard the lady over there claiming that it was because of Dr. Clarence Monimba we have the airport. It was because of Dr. Clarence Monimba we have McCarthy. You hear that? But then when you try to hold her for the failure of the Ellen government, then she tried to separate him. You see how people, contradict themselves on public platform like this? Yes, it's a unitary form of government, meaning the president runs the show.
Mrs. Addy and Mrs. Goa,
The president runs the show. It's a
But he's not
of
saying
government
the
we have in
truth.
Liberia. So Dr. Clarence does not have his own
and
agenda
putting
to do things.
out there for something that we didn't even say. Because he's
That's why you claim. It was because of him. It was because of him. We got McCarthy. Even your colleague said it was because of him. Most of the things that the Ellen government brought about today, it was because of him.
Mr.
Don't do that. You can't have your cake and try to
Addy,
eat it. You can't do both.
Guys, Mrs. Addy, Mrs. Ali, Mrs. Goa, and Mr. Gay, I will give you guys all of the time you need to respond to each other, but let's talk one at a time. Mr. Gay, before Mr. Gay, go ahead.
I think I was interrupted. Let's be fair here.
That's why I'm coming back to you. I will give you another 15 seconds for you to close, and then Mrs. Goa or Mrs. Addy, if you have anything to rebuttal, I will give you guys the opportunity. But Mr. Gay, go ahead.
Listen, I have nothing personal against Dr. Monimba. He's a fine gentleman. He's a promising candidate. Unfortunately, he didn't do well to be in the second round. And no one political party can win this election outrightly. I know I hear the broadcast people saying that the number statistically, it's not feasible for that to happen. However, Cummings is promising one thing and one thing only. Liberians, you will no longer get paid monthly. You will get paid bi-weekly every 2 weeks. It is possible. It is feasible. The second thing, a flat tariff at the free port of Liberia, which is the gateway of our economy of Liberia. A flat tariff, for instance, if each container going to cost $2,000 per tariff, whether that one bottle in there or 2 plates in that container, you just pay one-time fee and you go away. Right now, it's 23 different bureaucracy you have to go through in order to free that. I just wish get ship a truck over there.
Thank you.
And we have to go through that.
Thank you, Miss. Thank you, Mr. Gay. Before I come to you, Mr. Jai Winkin, let me recognize the presence of Reverend Addy. Reverend Addy, and welcome to a special edition of the Hard Zone. That is crunch time. Election is just a couple of days away. But Reverend Addy, welcome back.
Thank you. Greetings to all of the wonderful panelists. Greetings to Liberians. God bless.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jai Winkin. We are coming on this. Mr. Moneyback, his supporters here are arguing that he. Well, let me give you the opportunity. You've been hearing.
Remember that it took more time.
Yeah, I'll give you enough time. Go ahead.
All right. So here is the fact. The man at some point served in the elite government and resigned. I'm talking about Gongo. Gongo resigned because there was a disagreement between him and the president. So he resigned because of corruption. He told Sally directly that because of corruption, what we had a war, so he couldn't be part of corruption still going on. There was a disagreement. So if you agree with any administration, you resign. But here is what is key that will be sent to all Liberians. Regardless of who gave you money, regardless of who show up in the street, if you get in that ballot box, if you get in that booth, the decision is only yours. It's only yours. It's what good for you. You are voting for yourself. If you are voting for someone, it means you are hiring them, you are giving them a piece of job to work for you. That is what you need to put in your head. All the people that are coming around, like me now, I can't leave from here now, from North Dakota, and get to Brosby and say I'm the mayor or I'm the senator, unless you got to hire me. So you are hiring these people who are running for president, representatives, senators. So if you hire someone, there is an expectation. If somebody working for you, there's an expectation. But in our country, we have been making a lot of mistakes, thinking that when we elect these people, they are our bosses. These people are supposed to be working for us. Even though I am supporting Gongo, but I also want you to know whoever you're going to vote for, Whether your mother tells you, or your brother tells you, think about yourself. The next 6 years, what will become of you? The person you are hiring to work for you, is that person willing to work for you, or you will be going around as a honorable and excellency person? And more the people who are running for president, Gonglo is not your excellency person. He's an excellent performance. He's not your honorable person. He has a honorable character. And that's why you name Liberia. And the way to do that in Liberia is to stop the corruption that is at the peak. Is to also stop the selective justice system. Whether they give millions of dollars to Liberia, if you don't stop the corruption, the place will still be poor. Unless we stop the corruption, unless we stop the selective justice system, Liberia will still have problems. You cannot deal with that problem in Liberia, no matter who gets in power. If the corruption does not stop, we will still have problems. We need to change the system where people in power using their position to go around under Gonglo. The police will have the power to arrest anybody, whether you are a minister, whether you are a senator, whether you are a director, whether you are a judge. That law must be enforced to bring Liberia back. Liberia needs to come back. The formation of Liberia was supposed to be like the Western world. That's what I see, the love of liberty brothers.
Thank you. If I may squeeze in Mr. Weir, if I may squeeze in a question in reference to what Mistress Addie said earlier. She said when she sees Gonglo, she sees herself, therefore insinuating that
No,
Gonglo.
I don't see myself in Gonglo. I see my parents in Gonglo.
Not Gonglo. I mean, Dr. Manuma. Thank you for correcting me. When she sees herself.
I listened to her on that part.
Okay.
So as I said, this is not about personality. It's not the question of beautiful face, fine face, whichever way you call it. The problem in Liberia is the structure we have in place.
Mr. Weir,
whoever gets power, they do whatever they want. Yes.
I think she was insinuating that Mr. Dr. Monoba represents
it's young represent the younger people. That's what she's saying. So the young people when they see him, they see themselves in him. So they should be proud of that. But that is not the question. That's why I'm saying it's not about how you look. But the problem in Liberia, there are only two things that are making Liberia to be what it is. One is corruption. The second is selective justice system. Unless you deal with the two root causes, you cannot take Liberia out of poverty. It's the reason why young girls of 15, 18 selling their body for school fees. So Gonglo can stop that problem. The children will have the opportunity to compete in Liberia. When we put a structure in place that will hold everybody accountable. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, Jawikin, I'd like to ask you a question. Derek, can I go ahead?
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah, Jawikin, you said Mr. Gonglo is not an honorable, but he's an honorable person. I'd like for you to draw a dichotomy.
Okay.
Honorable person.
He's not honorable,
but he's an honorable person.
He's not honorable by name, but he's honorable by conduct. What he does things that honorable. Because, for example, you can be somebody who steal money as a honorable man. You can be minister and get 20 Gavin is a honorable person. That is not being honorable. It's not a good character. Honorable means you are like reverend in church. Is that your character is just that fine. So people need to understand that besides that, the Constitution of Liberia, Article 1 specifically says, whoever gets in power, you are a public servant. There is nothing written in the Constitution to call anybody honorable. The people use the title to suppress the people so they will not ask them when they are corrupt. So people need to cease from that. If you are minister, they should call you minister. If you are senator, then they call you senator. So I don't believe in this title. It's our conduct. It's what we do.
What do you say to Ambassador Parker?
Ambassador Bwaka, he's Ambassador Bwaka.
Ambassador
Bwaka, yes.
I was that name, Ambassador Bwaka.
He's an Ambassador Bwaka, yeah, he's an ambassador. That is a rightful title. Question for ambassador name it was an ambassador, so it's a rightful title that he earned. That's what I'm saying.
Who named me as an ambassador though?
Okay, guys. I only say that because I was about to go to Reverend Addy next. Reverend Addy.
Yeah, before you go to Reverend Addy, Derry, I'd like to ask Mrs. Watt a question.
Go right ahead.
Yeah, one of the panelists said elections are numbers. I can't remember which one of them said it. And I also heard,
Anthony said it. I said it.
I also heard Mrs. Wall saying, people say Moneybag doesn't have a crowd, doesn't have many people behind him. Do you believe people who saying this? If your answer is yes, is it worrisome that Mr. Moneba doesn't have the crowd that you expected to be behind him? Say
Well,
elections are numbers, as one of the panelists said.
thank you for that question. You know, seeing one thing on Facebook is one thing, seeing on social media is another thing when you actually in Liberia. So I don't understand these people when they come with who what cry and what cry. These people have been running elections for 12 years. Some of them been here for 7 years. Back in the Liberia, people after communists retire here in America, instead of he go live a retirement life in Liberia, he said he want to start a whole new life by being president of our country. Then they talk about numbers. Are you kidding me? Did you see when Dr. Moniba opened his campaign? He had the second largest crowd in the Liberian election. I'm talking about the first time he opened a campaign. This is the closing. What you're showing here. The first time he opened a campaign, he had the second largest crowd in these elections, and he had just put all his
I'm sorry to squeeze. Who was the first?
The first was CDC, and it was a paid crowd. Dr. Moniba cries organic because you see what they say. They say Dr. Moniba ain't got no money. He ain't got this. So the people that were behind him that came from 4 different streets, they were walking. The social media, in fact, some of the candidates, because they got money, they paid radio station not to carry Dr. Moniba crowd that day. People were paid not to even associate themselves with announcing his opening. So later on, before we started to share the crowd that came up, people could not believe it. So if we're talking about crowd, Dr. Moniba got his people. The 85% of Liberia generation is youth. The youth are behind Dr. Moniba. They see themselves in as well said. He is energetic, and they see that they know that he understands what they're going through because he's one of them. So you know the people were ready to get a shock of their life come Tuesday. Because the part of boasting about, we all got the crowd.
I have a follow-up question. Jerry. Mrs. Gual said people were paid not to carry Dr. Moniba's crowd. Who are the people that were paid? If these people are journalists or ordinary people, how can you prove such a claim that they were paid?
Well, because we experienced it. That's why I put in such a claim. I'm part of Dr. Moniba team, so I know what went on. What I'm saying to you is that when the media is supposed to come out when any presidential candidate ready opening the campaign, when Dr. Moniba opened, the media was supposed to come out. We invited them to come. Whatsoever the fee where we pay it. Other people who are they fear Dr. because they got a lot of candidates in the race that really fear Dr. Moniba. They fear this man viciously. So they went and started paying more money to those people not to show up to announce his opening of his campaign. And some of the people that were supposed to come, the media, that's what I'm telling you about. They did not show up. Some of them showed up last minute to time because they couldn't bear it. Their guilt was beating them, so they went there.
Yeah, you are casting aspersion on the media, and yet you can provide your evidence. To me, it's just a wild idea.
She need to tell which media outlet they pay and refuse to show up.
You're calling people are the people that pay, and you're the one go around paying people not to carry people. You know you're one of them.
Mrs. Addy, before you say something, Reverend Addy Benson has inquired for a couple of minutes. Let me get his opinion on everything, and then I will come back to you.
I'm sorry, I'm actually out of inquisitive. Reverend Addy and Vera Addy, are they related, brother and sister, or husband and wife, or they're not related at all? I'm actually out of inquisitive. Please forgive me.
Reverend Addy, it's your time to talk, so I guess you will answer that question.
So what am I responding to? The entire discussion?
If you care to respond to Mr. Type of question, then I will ask you the question you need to respond to.
That's my sister-in-law.
Oh, okay.
Reverend Addy, we're talking about give us your overview on the campaign activities as the elections is fast approaching in just under 72 hours.
Well, we are very confident that the next president of Liberia in waiting is Joseph Imam Boyka. And this is why. When you look at all of the candidates who are running, some are running on youthfulness and inexperience. But we have a president, a vice president rather, who has a demonstrable legacy of competence, indefatigable service to his country, that has brought substantial credibility. There's a noise in the background. Maybe we may all need to mute.
No, okay, no, he's already taken care of. That was David.
Thank you. So we have an individual in the person of the Ambassador Vice President Joseph Imaboika, whose legacy of service remains unmatched, untested, highly none in this race capable of matching his service. So I understand people make the argument Liberians see themselves in youthfulness, but let's not forget the current president and his entire cabinet are a bunch of youthful individuals who have failed us miserably. And if I may borrow from the words of Alexander Benedict Cummings, he stated very clearly that past indicators are a reflection of future performance, or better yet, past performance are the best indicator of future performance. But when you look at the candidates in the race, who has a performance with such legacy comparable to that of Joseph Imamboika? The man who, under his leadership at LPMC, Liberia was the breadbasket from Lofa to Slekipma County to Nima County. We had the cooperatives, among other things. A man who, over the last 12 years, managed the One Health program, the regional disease control, the empowerment program, that in total amount of dollars brought to Liberia was over what, $100 million, in the words of Dr. Talbot Yinswa. So let's make no mistake, nobody has an experience comparable enough to that of the Honorable Joseph Imamboika, and that is why vision builds nation. Hence, we've put forth a very simple vision. What is that vision? Arrest. Liberia needs to be food sustainable through agriculture, roads, education, sanitation, and tourism. Now, there are those who will compete on the issue of being young, and therefore our generation should gravitate to people who are young. Vision builds Liberia. It's not energy. Energy doesn't build Liberia. It's working smart. And that is why I respectfully submit to the words of Mr. Cummings. If past performance is the best indicator, then what is his past performance in Liberia, especially the government? If I may reference the Honorable Dr. Harry F. Moniba, is 5 years worth of experience comparable to that of Joseph Imamboika? If I may look at the Honorable Gonglo, who worked in the Ellen government from 2005 to 2010, 5 years. And let's be very clear, he did not resign. He did not resign. The records are clear. It was done by what we call compulsory administrative leave. So he did not resign because of corruption. In fact, he just spoke on the Spoon Network on Friday, where it was very clear that he did not resign. So the facts are clear. I know we want to win elections, and that is why we're encouraging people to vote number 2, the man with the vision, who encourages us to think Liberia, love Liberia, build Liberia, in the person of none other but Joseph Imamboika. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Reverend Adi. Mr. Weir, I see you have a rebuttal before I come to you, because Reverend Adi, I will come to you, but let me ask Reverend Adi this question. Speaking on crowd politics, I'm sure you listened to Mrs. Vera when she said that when that the Monoba team launched their campaign, their crowd was the second largest, second to that of CDC. Do you agree with her, given the crowd that Unity Party put up and also the CPP? Do you agree or disagree with her?
I had a lot of noise in the background, so I couldn't understand you. Can you please repeat your question, please?
Crowd politics. We're talking crowd politics. Mrs. Goa earlier said that when that the Moneybag team launched their campaign, that they had the second largest crowd in the history of campaign or during this campaign period. And I'm asking you, do you agree with her, given the crowd that Unity Party put up and also the crowd that the CPP put up at the same ATS? Do you agree or disagree with Mrs. Goa?
Well, obviously, I will not challenge Mrs. Goa's opinion, but what I do know is that there are 2 front runners in this race, and they are none other but Joseph Imamboika and that of George Weah. And we are confident that in spite of what we've seen, those torrential rain that the people came under, nobody in any way, shape, or form can truly compete with that reality. So I can respect her opinion as she supports her candidate. Thank you.
Thank
Let
you.
me add it. Let me ask you the question. It may not be exact words, but I heard you say it's vision that builds nations and not energy. Can one pursue his or her vision if they don't have the energy to pursue it? Like in the case of Joseph Walker, people say he's a weakling because of age. If he doesn't have the energy, how can he pursue his vision?
Thank you very much. Great question. So there are those that I call CDC, the Coalition of Disappointed Collaborators, who are fomenting the false prophecy that the Honorable Joseph Imamboga would not have the ability to campaign in the different terrains of Monrovia, Liberia. Unfortunately, we've seen that. He's toured the entire country. He's traveled to the States and back. He's toured the West African region and back. Is that somebody that doesn't have energy? So that is why I say it's vision that built Liberia. Unfortunately, our politics have been reduced to mediocrity. The presidency is not a place for dancing buka. It's not a physical sport. It's a sport of intellect and vision, a sport of inspiration to bring a collective body to generate the necessary wholesome functioning society, in the words of William R. Talbot. So make no mistake, the Honorable Boyka has demonstrably proven that he's campaigning throughout the length of Liberia when those who thought that he wouldn't have done so in these rigorous terrain. He marched with the people in the rain. He met them at Anthony Tutman Stadium. He's been to Cape Town, Sled, Nimba, Foya, Grand Basel, all of these different places. He's been there. So make no mistake, they have no excuses, and that is why the youth, that those who claim to be very youthful, are gravitating to none other but the Honorable Joseph Yaman Boyka.
So
Derek,
Derek,
if I may, he implicated my candidate in this business.
I'll give you the opportunity.
Derek,
I'll give you the opportunity, but let me get a question from David. David, go ahead.
Yeah, Derek. Let me. I want to ask Mrs. Gua, Chawin Ken, and Mr. Gay this one question. They can answer it one at a time. I guess you heard Reverend Addy is saying that these elections are coming will either be won by Joseph Walker or Josh Weah. You have candidates in these elections. Do you believe in that it's only just either Joseph Walker or Josh Weah will win elections? What's about your candidate? Do you believe what he said?
Are you to the lady first?
Okay, so you know the UP people, they think they have the monopoly over that they're in the race with George Weah and that's it. This is not it at this point in time. The reason why I even brought up CRA, I didn't want to argue about CRA because at this point in time, all the candidates in the race have put out some CRA. These people are going around to hear and listen to what everybody has to say so they can make an informed decision when it comes on Tuesday. And that's the reason why you see the same people wearing red t-shirt will be the same people wearing blue t-shirt, will be the same people wearing green t-shirt. So this is not about crowd for us at all. It's about the Liberian people making the right decision. Mr. Adams spoke about youthfulness and the people looking for vision. The candidate in the race that have the most vision is Dr. Moniba. Joseph Walker been running for 18 years. He has not come out ready to tell the people in real times what he's going to actually deliver for Liberia. And you talk about youthfulness with George Weah. George Weah was young when he was kind of young in the Liberian sense when he ran for president. And they voted for him because of his talent. It was not because he was prepared. Dr. Moniba is prepared. This man is very, very much prepared. He served on boards that served 30 different countries in the world. He has served in the Liberian government internationally and domestically, locally and internationally. You talk about experience. Joseph Walker being in government for 12 years. Okay, Dr. Moniba being in government, he gave most of his life for his age into government. He served internationally for Liberia here in the US, and he served on the ground. Joseph Walker only served in Liberia. When they talk about real international relations, he doesn't have it. So let me rest my case here.
Thank you. Let's take you next, Mr. Gay.
Yeah, so I'm very glad. I've been waiting for this opportunity so discuss the so-called arrest. The Joseph Yuma a platform for Liberia, a party that was founded in 1985 over 30 plus years today. Your educational plan have 4 sentences. I read that document. It's right in my possession right here. And guess what? You have no specificity, no detail, nothing. How, when, what you're going to invest into, what portion of the educational sector you're going to tackle. Same thing with sanitation, same thing with road, same thing with tourism. I mean, you just gave us vague information for a party of that caliber, and you're bragging of his qualification, you're bragging about of his experience. Listen, if I would present a matter to a company for a contract or bidding for a contract, I have to outline how I'm going to,
I think I see a deviation from the question
the next
here.
thing I want to talk about here is that
Derek,
Joseph
I see a
Waka had a
deviation.
brain freeze.
I see here, Mr. Gay, I see a deviation from the question. The question is, Mr. Ade or Reverend Ade has said this election are coming will either be won by Mr. Weah or Ambassador Waka. Do you agree with him?
I absolutely disagree.
If you disagree with why do you disagree?
I absolutely disagree, and here's why. The Unity Party will struggle to make it to the second round, and here's why. Lofa County in 2017 didn't have any serious contender. In Lofa County today, we have the young Dr. Moniba, who is there. We also have CDC presence in Lofa County. Though he may win, but at a slight margin. In Nima County, there is a huge factor again. Prince Johnson is not on the ballot. So guess what? Councillor Tawan Gonglo will take huge chunk of the vote. CDC will take huge chunk of the vote. There is a huge investment of CPP in that county, and we have a candidate that will win a complete district. That's Musa Belide. All right. Let's come to Grand Bassa. CPP have taken over Grand Bassa. CPP are taking over Riverside. CPP are taking over 2 counties in the southeastern region, where a challenge against Unity Party will not win a single county. We will win Maryland and we'll win with Virginia. Where do you get your number from? How can you win this election outrightly? So guess what? There will be absolutely a second round. There is no number that point to any candidate in this race to win an election outrightly in the first round. Then in the second round comes where Councillor Gonglo, Dr. Moniba will not go support Joseph Yumabwaka, where communists will be in the second round. So how do they win? This is the reason why we within the CPP, we understand the potential of Dr. Moniba, but numerically, he does not have the number. So we attacking? Absolutely not.
So
we
who
will
you,
build the alliance to
Mr.
win
Gay,
the presidency. Youth. I'm a youth. Not youth, but I am a millennial. I don't consider myself youth, but Dr. Moniba myself, almost the 2 years different between us. I might be older than him, a year or two.
Mr. Gay, let me ask you a question. Who you think is going to be in the second? Who do you think is going to be in the second round with CPP?
That is yet to be determined. It can go either way.
What do you think?
CPP article on Unity Party may fall along the way and CDC goes to the second round, or vice versa. But we are confident that we will be there.
You're saying you're confident. I'm asking you again, who do you think is most likely to be there with you?
I can tell because the way things are right now, the race is too competitive.
So you could only run your numbers to place a CPP in the second round, but you couldn't run the numbers to place another political party there.
No, we couldn't do that.
Let me come to you, Mr. Weah. Mr. Weah, earlier, Mr. Reverend Adi refuted one of the claims you made earlier on the show that Councillor Tiawan Gongo resigned from Ellen government due to corruption. He said that information is not true. Do you care to respond to that?
I will respond to that. Before I comment on the other issue that we're talking about. Salif administration asked all ministers on administrative leave at the time and did recall them, including Gonglo. Gonglo said, thanks, but no thanks. And you never accepted. So when he was at Labor Ministry, he refused to go back, and he put in place a program that allows Liberians now to be working in these supermarkets. It never used to happen before. It was Gonglo who put that in place. But what I want to speak to about first round, second round between CDC and Unity Party. Let's face it, crowd does not vote. It is possible you pull crowd, you may not win. It happened here in the United States. It just happened in Brazil. Brazilian president, he pulled out a crowd. But when the people went in the vote, they vote their conscience. Coming from the same region does not put money in your pocket, does not put food on the table. Belonging to the same party does not give you a job, does not put money in your pocket.
Jamaica, the American system is different. You have an electoral college, so it's not about crowd.
No, now I talk about Brazil. So what I'm saying here is that the Liberian people, they have conscience. They are not fools. They are not stupid. The same people who giving them money, they did it last time. During the election, I was in Liberia the last time when Boakai and we went for the second round. These are the same people, the same two people. They have the same advisors. You can actually remember now, the same people from Taylor Times, from Dota, the same advisors those guys are using. I was keep saying this over and over. Liberian who can really think critically. Using the same people will not solve your problem. The problem we have in Liberia is not because of his Wakai or his Wia or his Gongro or his coming or his that. No, it's not the personality or that the money, but it's not the individual who just sitting in the chair. But the problem we have in Liberia is the structure. The structure in Liberia, let me explain this structure thing. President Wia can get up today and say he want money from the National Bank, they will give it without accountability. If you want to go to the school and say, they go down, give you 20,000, he will give the money. That is not his money. So he can call for any money. The same thing. Senator says somewhere he say he's building roads. That is not the work of a senator. The going of the he's getting $30,000. But on that Gongro, it will never happen. You got to account. There will be a lifestyle audit. The structure has to change. Our ministers, our senators, they're making money more than the senators of the United States of America. How does that make sense? Liberians, and you're running behind the same people. Your children cannot afford to eat. So what I'm saying to you is this. Under Salif, they gave her a lot of money. But where does the money go? Your life has not improved. But I'm talking about someone who will make your life improve. Someone who will tell you there is a budget. There will be a timeline for budget. For there will be a timeline for any money that will be spent. He will announce, look, there will be a projection for project, for electricity, for water, for school fees. There should be a projection and give them timeline. How are you going to implement it? There should be a measurement of progress.
Thank you.
Know what they need to do to get this. You don't have to know Reverend Addy. You don't have to know David Tabe. But you have to be qualified to get what you need. And we need that kind of system to be in place. That's what I'm talking about here.
Thank you, Mr. Jai Winkin. We are in guys. We have to take a very brief break. When we come back, we will get into more of the discussion. I have a question for every one of you. But let's take a very brief break right now. If you're watching us, this is the Liberia Radio and Television Network, and this is a special edition of the High Zone. I will see you guys after the break.
Maintaining your vehicle can be a major investment. That's why here at Brothers Auto Care, we pride ourselves on providing professional and reliable auto care at affordable rates. Whether you need an inspection, new brakes, or diagnostic reports, our skillful and experienced mechanics are here for you every step of the way. Call Brothers Auto Care now to schedule your next auto maintenance and repair service. At Brothers Auto Care, we help you drive home with peace of mind.
Hey there. Many Liberians are members of social clubs, 501c NGOs, and school alumni. Many Liberians are trying to open their own 501c NGOs, home care agencies, and social clubs. Does your organization have a professional website? Does your web platform have the right wording and content to attract grants? Hopefully you're not running your organization only through social media. There's a more professional route. You need an online space where you can craft a positive message about your organization. making your home health agency more credible, which will increase your chances to receive grants. We'll build you a responsive platform for 501c organizations, healthcare agencies, and other types of organizations. We'll provide you with full website maintenance, membership sign-in, private charts, Facebook and WhatsApp integration, live video feed for all your meetings and special occasions, a dashboard for members to see all the activities, and email and text auto reminders for meetings. We'll build with donors and 501cs in mind, and will help you solicit grants and automatic membership due collections. Building you this amazing platform will only be a membership fee of $19 a month. Call or email us now. Let's upgrade your website. Home health agencies and small businesses, you owe it to your company to project the best image possible, and we can make it happen. Visit www.tiamit.com or call 215-966-8679. Ask for Tommy.
So vote is your right, but violence is a crime.
The ballot is stronger than the bullet.
Bar officials are elected by good citizens who do not vote.
A man without a vote is a man without protection.
Voting is not only our right, it is our power. If you do not vote, you lost the right to complain.
Violence is not an option, but your choice.
Your vote, your voice.
Liberia is all we have. Let's vote peacefully.
Vote in peace, not in pieces. Vote, not fight.
Vote is not equal to fighting.
Stop violence.
Let Liberia be a priority.
Make your own decision.
Respect each other's rights and views.
Let love reign.
And let all be united.
Let's keep the peace. Respect the rule of law.
Let's stop fighting each other.
Don't be used by politicians. The betterment of Liberia depends on us.
This message is produced by NASAPA Incorporated and sponsored by Road Safely for Liberia, USA, in support of the next 2023 elections.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You're here again on the Liberia Radio and Television Network. We're bringing you a special edition of the Hazon election. Is just under 72 hours, and campaign activities will be closing later on tonight, midnight. So we're having the final discussions with our panelists here, and of course, I'm joined by my co-host, Mr. David Tarkwer. The name is Derek Yale, as you can see on the screen. Again, I have a team of panelists here. Featuring Mr. Reverend Addy, Mistress Addy, Mr. Jai Winkin Wea, Mr. Anthony Gay, and Mistress Grace Goa. We'll have a couple more panelists joining us later on during the show. Now, guys, let's talk policy now. Earlier on in the show, Reverend Addy talked about the Unity Party arrest. Mr. Gay said that arrest is a vague information. We will talk more on that. But let me get. I know Mr. Jai Winkin, we are Liberians People Party is running on sweeping corruption out of Liberia. So let me ask Mistress Goa or Mistress Addy to talk to us about Dr. Clarence Moniba plan to change Liberia or to develop Liberia. If you guys would like to elaborate on that, so we can have that platform, that discussion around policy. Mistress Addy, I would like to take you first.
Well, thank you. All of Dr. Moniba is the stand-up bearer for Liberian National Union, as everyone knows by now. He's also the vision bearer of the new Liberia movement, which has a lot of young people as part of that movement. And our movement, in conjunction with Liberian National Union, are on the ground, have been supporting Dr. Moniba and supporting all his activities. Prior to us even joining his campaign, Dr. Moniba has been doing the groundwork since he left government, and he has already built a foundation. So there is no need, just before I get to your answer, because the last round you didn't let me chime in, but just, like people were talking, we're not into crowd politics. When you know that you have built a foundation, you have nothing to fear. And for people who have been running since 1847 to be comparing numbers with Dr. Moniba, it's a shame. Dr. Moniba just got in the way January 17th. There's no way people should be even comparing numbers with him. It's a shame on them. But all his policies are laid out there. www.moneybar2023.com. His agriculture policy is out there where he talk about having every county in Liberia producing goods to feed the country. And what's going to happen is that those counties are going to be assessed to see what produce they can, what kind of produce they can come up with to feed the nation. He's also talking about his education policy where before you graduate high school, you're going to have 2 years of technical vocational training, just in case you get out of high school. If you choose to go to college, that would be a, if you choose not to go to college, at least you will have something in your belt to be able to start off yourself in life. He also talked about healthcare, where he wants to improve the hospitals. He talked about modern technology. He talked about the type staff training. He talked about bringing modern equipment. He talked about equipping the hospitals to the point that people don't have to fly all of Liberia to go Ghana or go elsewhere to seek medical help. For him, because of his international connections, he's able to bring money to facilitate all of the projects that he's talking about, even his all of his other policies. So I'm just saying, for me, I'm not here to say everything as he says it, because it would be it would take up time, and I know we have short time, but the policies are out there, and all of the young people gravitate towards it. They go there. It's straightforward. Like I think the CPP man was talking about the arrest issue where it's fake. Unlike them, Dr. Moniba policies are clear. It's laid out. He's tell you the how, they when. He put timeline to it. He put money to it. He put budget to it, so that everybody who looks at it and read it know that they don't have no kind of questions in the mind. And if it's questions in the mind, at least it's not something that is like so vague that they can't understand, that can be clarified. So that's what I had to say about that.
Thank you very much. Now let me come to you, Mrs. Goa. And I know I don't want you to repeat what Mrs. Adi have already said about that the money by plane, but let me ask you a very specific question, and then you can compare and contrast that with the Unity Party arrest plan for Liberia as well. So under the arrest, they have education, agriculture, road, education.
I can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Music in the background.
Oh, no. Mr. Adi, not Mr. Adi, but Mr. Takwick. Thank you. I was saying, I want you to compare and contrast between, because Mistress Adi just did a good job laying out that the money by plan for Liberia. But for the educational aspect, I'm reading it on the website. He says he will triple the current budget for early childhood education and invest in teacher training, school feeding programs, and infrastructure development. Now, I don't know if you have read the arrest plan from the Unity Party camp. I want you to compare and contrast that the money by plans for education to that of the ambassador plan for education in Liberia.
Well, I have not read the arrest plan.
There's nothing there.
There is nothing there to be read. Seriously, let me tell you, when Dr. Moniba announced the candidacy, Joseph Boakai never even had a website laying out his vision for Liberia. His website just came out in June. Dr. Moniba's website was there before he even announced his candidacy, and he put it out there to the Liberian people. We noticed that a lot of the other candidates, especially the Boakai campaign side, they are going on Dr. Moniba's website and copy most of his stuff he has there, laying out his vision and plans for Liberia. You can copy a main vision, but you cannot execute it. So the arrest plan, it doesn't interest me. I don't have no interest in it, because at the end of the day, Mr. Boakai will not even remember to do that plan. You saw the video that came out the last time. He even forgot where he was and what the people were asking him in a press conference. So you see, all these plans, I'm not even comparing, because Dr. Moniba plan is there, as Rua said. He tell you the timeline, how he gonna execute it, where he gonna get the money from, how he gonna negotiate for the money. So it's just out there. Dr. Moniba policy is a lot. He even talked about one of the things that they interviewed him, I think yesterday, and he was saying that caught my heart. He said he will implement the visa on arrival policy to increase tourism and trade and development and easy access to visitors in Liberia, so the economy can be able to boom. And that really touched my heart, because a lot of people just going to Liberia, you got to go and get visa. Even we as Liberians, some of us live here, because we have dual citizenship, you got to go there and pay money. Sometimes the people to the embassy, they don't even know what they're doing, or they want to delay you, and you get, you get upset and stuff like that. Then how will you even want to go invest in that kind of country? So that is a great plan. The implementation of the visa upon arrival policy, it really touched my heart. The education Dr. Maniba lay on is clear cut. You have to, like, back in the day when we were in Liberia, they had something called LOIC. My brother-in-law was the, I think, president. He took that into Liberia, the very Walter D. Riches. And LOIC were training, the technical training, and Dr. Maniba wants to bring that to the high school. That is very good, because when you graduate high school, you will have something to be able to do before you go to college, if you don't want to go to college right away. So her education plan is it's just out there, and I know a lot of youth of Liberia will gravitate towards that. So as far as Joseph Boakai, the website came out in June. They copy and pasted most of Dr. Maniba plan. We know that. I never read it, but people have been calling me and telling me it's just laughable to me. For people who be in government for 12 years and be running for almost 12 years to be president of Liberia, has no real plan for the country.
Thank you, Mr. Squad. Let me hear from Reverend Addy on, because you keep attacking the arrest plan. Reverend Addy, talk to us about the arrest plan from the Unity Party camp. Mr. Gay said that is fake information. So if you care to elaborate on that, because I want for us to have a discussion surrounding a policy, specifically education. Reverend Addy, but talk to us first on the accusation on the arrest plan.
Derek.
Yes.
Can you add to Reverend Addy? Because the arrest plan, another hour was added there to the website. Can he include that in his explanation to us?
I think you heard her, Reverend Addy. Go ahead.
First, they were 1 hour, now they got 2 hours, so he need to explain that.
Oh, I didn't know about the second hour, but Reverend Addy, talk to us about it.
So,
is there a website? I'm sorry, is there a website for a JNB policy?
JoeBoyka.com.
Thank you.
JoeBoyka.com.
Go ahead.
So you see, it's rather unfortunate that my dear sister Grace would make some outlandish statements, such as we're copying from the young and inexperienced Dr. Clarence Maniba vision for someone in the personality of Joseph Boyka, who has been tried and tested and came out with flying colors, in which Dr. Maniba worked under his hierarchical leadership to claim that someone who has put forth a vision and has been part of Liberia's progress, socioeconomic and politically, as evidenced by 4 presidents selecting him to serve them, beginning with the late William R. Talbot, Samuel Countdore, Dr. Amos Sawyer, and Madam Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. So let's come to education, which our friend and brother, Mr. Gay, claimed. There is nothing there. Mr. Gay, let me remind you, our vision is data-driven. There are 6 pillars under arrest. The first pillar is macroeconomic stability, all the way down to human capacity development. So what we did was to do a comprehensive research to put forth a vision around education. We saw that when you look at the quality of teachers in our country today, they rank 35%. So when you look at, for example, our early childhood education is at 31%, our primary is at 35%, secondary 45%, and junior and senior high at 28%. So what the Honorable Joseph Boyka decided to do is to invest in quality teachers by introducing what you call the Rural Teachers Training Institute, in which will augment the quality of teachers.
I'm sorry, Reverend Addy. The information you're giving out, is it on the website?
It is not on the website, please. Please put it on the website.
JoeBoyka.com. Stop saying that. Let me send it to you. Okay? Let me send it to you, because we want to have no. We want to have an honest discussion. We can't be making up things here. We want to inform the Liberian people. So, sure. Derek, let me send it to you right now, okay?
I'm not campaigning for 2 months. They go edit it.
Go ahead.
All right. Thank you. So I just sent it to you, JoeBoyka.com, okay, where we talk about our pillars in terms of our leadership and vision for Liberia. So let me outline them to you, my friends. Since all of you stated you don't know it or you haven't seen it, let me read them to you one by one. Pillar 1, like I stated earlier, has to do with macroeconomic stability and infrastructure development. Pillar 2, health, wash, and the environment and climate. Pillar 3, we have human capacity development, and that is what I was speaking to specifically when Mr. Gay claimed there's nothing on education, which is absolutely false. Pillar 4 has to do with governance and the rule of law. Pillar 5 has to do with gender, youth, children, and social protection. Pillar 6 has to do with what? Anti-corruption, which happens to be the Broomman signature campaign pillar. But what we intend to do is to retrieve stolen assets and wealth, clearly from those who have stolen our wealth and dreams of the Liberian people. So let's be very clear. It is right here. I just sent it to you, Derek. So I don't know what picture my friend Anthony Gay is showing. We want to win these elections on the basis of truth and not fabrications. And the fact remains, if you cannot defend your policy or your candidate's experience, you can make this thing up. So make no mistake, Liberia benefited from the indefatigable services of the Honorable Joseph Yuma Boyka. At the time when, Dr. Clarence Moniba wasn't born, the Honorable Joseph Yuma Boyka was praised by the late William R. Talbot for his contribution to our national coffers of revenue in his 1974 speech in the State of the Nation address. So let's make no mistake, the late Dr. Amos Sawyer stated very clearly, Joseph Imam Boyka he was a man of great talent and experience and contributed immensely to the service of his country. The late Samuel Kayando, make no mistake, also hired him because of his giftedness. Now, when I talk about Madam Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, Joseph Boyka for the last 12 years.
But don't find it, man. Talk about giftedness.
He hired him, but he was fired.
Let's protect Reverend Adi. You guys will have to.
Well, it is one thing to make up Doe firing him, but we have national archives where there are no record of Doe being fired other than the propaganda you guys are, promoting. Unfortunately, when you have nothing substantial to state on the record, Doe would not have fired him in any way, shape, or form.
Thank you.
So let's be clear.
Thank you, Reverend Adi. And just for information purposes, if you're watching us, the second arrow in the rest is actually for rule of law. And I verified the information Reverend Adi giving is actually on their website. If you are on the joeboyga.com
then
website,
it was just added because you see here.
I will give you the opportunity. Yeah, I don't know when it was added, but if you're on the Joseph Boyga website, if you click on Meet Candidate and scroll to the very bottom of the page, you will see the six pillar, and if you click on them, you will have information on all of those pillars. But let me recognize
people that criticize
Mr. Gay. How about the information guy on our website? My job here is to inform our audience that the information are actually there. But Mr. Gay, before I give you the opportunity, let me recognize the president of Bishop Hagan. Welcome to a special edition of the House Zone, Bishop Hagan.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Let's continue.
Jerry, I'd like to ask Reverend Adi a question.
Go right ahead. Now we give you the opportunity to rebut.
Reverend Adi said Dr. Monibel is a young and inexperienced man or candidate in the race, but yet he said he worked in the Ellen's government. He was hired to work in the Ellen's government. Isn't that a contradiction? Somebody inexperienced, but yet worked in the Ellen's government. If he were inexperienced, how come he worked in the Ellen's government? So is it not a contradiction, sir?
Absolutely not, especially when people are juxtaposing a comparison between the experience of Joseph Imam Boyka, his vision, versus that of the Honorable Dr. Moniba. So let's be very clear. He worked in the government for only 4 years, compared to someone who worked for 12 years, managed the One Health program that had to do with agriculture, health, education, sanitation, and animal farming that brought over $30 million to Liberia. We're talking about a man that managed the regional control disease. Dr. Moniba was the Minister of State without portfolio. He didn't have the elevation of a line minister. He managed what you call the Presidential Delivery Unit, PDU, which had to do with projects that were being conducted by the ministers of the government. So when we're talking about experience, you can't even juxtapose that experience with the unmatched expertise, quality of that of the Honorable Joseph Imam Boyka. So that's inexperience. 4 years in government. Let's be very clear. 4 years. 4 years. Okay. So let's Am I being protected? Because the work that Dr. Moneyback just started doing, let us be very clear. Grace, let us be very clear here. Before Dr. Moneyback started engaging world leaders, make no mistake, Joseph Imabwega worked with the World Bank. Okay, he has international experience in business and agriculture. Make no mistake, it was because of Joseph Imabwega's ability to manage the One Health program, specifically agriculture, that Madam Ellen Johnson Sirleaf received the Serra Medal Award given to her by Jacques Diel of the UNFAO. So let's be very clear. These were the projects he managed. Do you also know about the project that we call Prevail, where he brought the international partners together under Madam Ellen Johnson Sirleaf? Are you also aware that it was through his initiative that you got CT scan today in Liberia? You got MRI at JFK, at the hospital in Nimba County. Don't believe me? Listen to someone who worked very closely with him, none other but Dr. Tolbert Yinswa, yo Ibolaza.
And to Mr. Addy, to tell you, you won't talk about that. Dr. Moniba is inexperienced and your candidate is experienced. You know what? I agree with you. We need to retire his experience, because every time Dr. Moniba went to briefing, he fell asleep on him. Even in global meetings, they had to make excuses for him. So for an inexperienced person to be making excuses for you while you're sleeping on it, is the more reason why we need to retire Joseph Boyka kind of experience. We don't need it.
Thank you.
Well, I mean, I certainly would not respond to rumors.
Thank you very much, guys. Guys, listen. I'm coming to you now, Mr. Gay. Talk to us about. Give us your rebuttal.
So, remember when they recently had a big press conference and talk about we're restructuring. People restructure if the company is not functioning well. People restructure if the campaign not working the way so well. People like us went on platform to criticize their junk called a platform. They just did that 6 weeks ago. All right? They did a press conference. And if I check here, I can tell you it been posted 3 weeks ago on the website, because I had to keep it better to check when things were posted and when it was not posted. And look at this thing I have in my hand. It said josephimabweka.com on the top right there. You see that? So I'm not making this thing up. Look at rule of law. See why
you are making it up, my friend. You're making things up. The website was up longer than that. You're making things up.
I didn't interrupt you.
Let's protect Mr. Gay.
They had a restructuring press conference to add all of these things, because people like us held it accountable. Yes, when I talk about education, I printed this thing from their own website. Okay, education, 4 sentences in 1 paragraph. This is not a platform. Look at this.
Thank you.
It is not a platform. You understand? Before they went and did this, it was of recent. However, be as it may, we are in the 21st century technological economy. There is nothing about full-blown technological plan as to how to tackle technology. I'm of the background of technology. You understand? In the Communist plan, we will run broadband connectivity throughout the length and breadth of Liberia. Every county will have a fiber backbone. I'm specialized in fiber optic cable. You understand? I understand when it comes to technology, infrastructure, layout, some people call OSP or ISP, other different things. I understand it. I've been in this field for over 18 plus years. You don't have a 21st century platform for Liberia. You don't have a plan to tackle. You talk about tourism. Your tourism is vague. We don't have 5-star hotels in Liberia. So what we say in our plan is that we'll have article tourism oasis, meaning our Wataway Fall or Blue Lake. You will not find 5-star hotel there, but when you go to Jamaica, you can be on a reef raft, right? And you pay money to do those things. Yes, we will give the tourists the opportunity that you are not coming to a 5-star hotel. However, you will enjoy the natural habitat of Liberia, the natural forest, the natural lake, the everything. You will enjoy that. We will have the tourism oasis. Another thing we invest into early child education and primary health care. We specialize what group of people will get free health care. From 0 to 6 years old, you'll get free health care. Then from age 65 to any other age you live, you'll get free health care. Why? Mr. Cummings also have a STEM school in Liberia. He
Thank
has
you.
a school currently, which
Thank
is
you.
one of
Thank
the
you.
best high school in Liberia. Don't go sit here and kind of lecture out. You are a good
Thank you.
preacher, and thank
Thank
you for
you.
your preaching skills.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Gay. Before I come to you, actually, let me come to you directly, Bishop Hager. But before I do so, let me just make this announcement real quick. Since we're talking about policy, I have almost all of the websites for the top 5 candidates open in their policy. In the Liberian People Party, Councillor Gonglo, to find his policy, you can go to liberianpeopleparty.org and you will find Tier 1 Gonglo policy for Liberia. Moneyback2023.com.
I just put some stuff in the chat room for Gonglo.
Yeah, I'm seeing it right now. ElizanaBCommons.com. You will find CPP website as well, and for JMB, JoeBwalker.com. Bishop Hager, let me come to you. I want for I'll give you 30 seconds to hear what you got to say. What you got to say real quick.
Just 1 second. I wanted to tell Mr. Ade that he was saying that Dr. Moniba worked 4 years in the government, but Dr. Moniba worked 2 years in America, serving Liberia here at the Liberian embassy before he went to Liberia and worked 4 years. So it was not only the 4 years in Liberia, just to be clear.
Thank you. Bishop Hager, I know you just joined the show, but I don't know if you were here when Mr. Gay stated that Bwaka plan for or Bwaka platform or policy is vague. They are not explicitly clear. And I want you to just pay attention because I'm about to read from the policy of the top. Just give me a second.
Thank you.
Bishop Hager, I haven't asked the question yet. Okay. Dr. Moniba, for education, I want you I want for everyone to pay attention to the clarity here. He said for education, he will triple the current budget for early childhood education and invest in teacher training. He will institute annual training refreshers courses for all teachers from grade 1 through 6. That's from Dr. Moniba. Let me read this from Alexander Cummins. He will ensure free quality education for every Liberian up to high school. Ensure high school graduates are prepared for college or vocational institution, and graduating college students are prepared to join the workforce. He will invest in vocational training to equip youth with in-demand skills for employment. For the JMB camp, and I'm only reading this for you to respond to Mr. Gay statement that your plan is vague. Under the human capacity development, this is where education policies form. He said he will strengthen the education system to improve outcomes. He will strengthen early childhood education. He will improve the quality of primary education, strengthening the outcomes of secondary education. Now, the how it's not stated here in the policy. I would like you to respond to that. Do you think this information, compare those 3 policies, do you think this is vague in reference to Mr. Gay's statement? Bishop Hager, you have the opportunity.
Well, thank you to every one of you. Thank you for coming on the show. Listen, I'm here tonight to let you know that we're inviting all of you guys. Before you clean the fish, you got to catch the fish first. Before you put into implementation all these wonderful plans, whether Dr. Molva, Honorable before you put into applications these wonderful great plans, you must win an election first. If you don't win an election, all your plans are just illusion. We are winning this election on Tuesday. And after we have won, we're going to call Alexander Cummins. We're going to call Dr. Molova.
Before I don't want.
Listen.
No, I don't want to allow I don't want to allow the deviation.
Listen, I'm talking to you.
I will give you.
People came here and said the Honorable Joseph Bwaga was in wheelchair. The Liberian people say, what are you in wheelchair? That a man we want. They said the man was dead. See the cast and say, oh, Joseph Bwaga is dead. Because even when he died, they will go for his day. So what are you talking about? We're not here to discuss plan. We already have a plan. You are Liberians. When you come after we have won this election, Example, can win the election. More can win the election. The only person that can win the election is Joseph Boakai. So tonight for me, listen to me. I just want to make a clarion call to all Liberians. Be ready for the celebration.
That is not a question, though. That is not a question.
He's very positive. The question.
We are going to invite you. Come, let's work together. We want someone that can win election. We're not going to be talking about this other plan, this other plan. Listen, you can never implement anything if you don't win an election. We came here to win, and we are going to win, and that's it.
Everything where he brought Prince Johnson and his son Jeremiah.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gay. Mr. Gay, I will give you guys the opportunity to rebuttal. And let me stay with you, Bishop Hagar, for the sake of clarity. I understand what you say is 100% right. Before you implement any plan, you first have to win the elections. But I think it's also true that the campaign period is specifically for that, to give the voters the opportunity to see what you have planned. And it seems to me, and those of us,
you see, one of the things I want to say to Liberia.
Let me ask you.
I have to cut you off because
no. I'm the moderator here.
Okay, go right ahead.
I'm the moderator here. You won't cut me off. I will not allow you to cut me off. Bishop Megan, it seems to me, you say Unity Party have a plan. In the conversation here, I wanted to be surrounding policy. We are specifically on education. Mr. Gay accused your policy of being vague. It's not clear enough. And I ask you a question to clarify that or to defend that, and you're saying here what sounds to me like an excuse. That it doesn't matter.
It's not an excuse. Listen to me.
No, Bishop Baker, listen to me. Do you want another 30 seconds to respond?
Yeah, I want a 30 seconds.
I will probably if you deviate, I'm sorry, but I'll have to interrupt you. Go ahead.
We have a plan. Unity Party, Liberian people know, 12 years, you all saw what we did with the educational system. When we came in power, 2005, there was nothing that was there. Nothing was there. We revamped the educational system. And you ask Ellen Johnson, it was Joseph Boakai who was responsible. We do have concrete deliverable plan for the educational system to be improved. I don't know what you're talking about here. Even from Toba, so Samuel Doe, Ellie, they say this man is very competent. Will not get a plan for education. This man actually believes in education. Every Liberian child. So let me tell you, all those things you guys talking about, look at the man record. Look at his track record, my people. You're not talking about somebody that have not been tested. This man have been tested. What are you talking about?
He's still a
novice. The man understand about education. What are you talking about? It will be like, honestly, I don't even want to discuss to bring Honorable Joseph Boakai to compare what he have a plan on education. What? Are you killing me? Are you killing me? Like, you need to respect people for their merit. This man has worked for the years. The records are there. Why you can't understand?
Good and different.
Let me give Mr. Adi. Let me give you. You know what? I want to come to Mr. Weah, but permit me. Let me give Mrs. Adi 45 seconds to rebuttal. Go right ahead.
No, I'm saying to this man, you asked a specific question. Now we are all here talking about policies concerning our candidate. He keeps going around it, going to for competence, and he being tested. That we get to that part yet. We said talk about the vagueness of your education plan, then you going all over the place.
Nothing vague there. There's absolutely nothing vague. Talk about it. I'm not gonna even pay attention to what Anthony Gay has said. So many things. He make false statements. I'm not gonna look at his statement. I'm gonna talk about Joseph Boakai because
this is not false statement, sir. Nothing on your website. You need to wait.
We are all having a conversation concerning policy. If you choose not to talk about your policy, then just pass. Say I pass. But don't come and tell us you're not come here to talk about Joseph Boakai. He already been tested. The moderator is moderating. I'm sure he will get to the testing part. But he's asking you a specific question about your website, and you try to
asking me a question based on what Anthony Gay. Who is Anthony Gay to even talk about a Joseph Boaka educational plan. The educational plan is there. Go and see it. Go read it.
Anthony Gay is a Liberian. You have the right to ask that question. He's a Liberian. He wants to know what Joseph Boaka can offer to the country. Are you just voting him because he been here for 40 years? He's supposed to take our country over?
Let me, Bishop Hager, Bishop Hager, let me bring you. Let me,
So the moderator gonna risk his reputation just to support me? Are you saying that the moderator is risking his reputation just to support me? That's something that I said that aren't true. That the moderator is supporting me about. He is reading your platform on the website.
They want
Bishop Hager, guys.
The reason why the comments count,
Mr. Gay,
the
Mr. Gay,
Countdore
Mr.
count
Gay,
and the Moniba count, we
Mr.
cannot
Gay,
go at each
Mr.
other.
Gay.
It's because we have similarities in policy, right?
Mr. Gay, I will come to you, but right now, let me go to Mr. Weir. Your policy on education, if you care to elaborate, and I want you to compare that to that of Dr. Moniba and policy on education, to that of the Unity Party, to that of the CPP, and also if you care to talk on this. Do you think, from what we're reading on Unity Party or on Joe's Boaka website, his policy for education or his policy in its entirety, do you think is vague in reference to what Mr. Gay said earlier?
So here's what I want to do first. I want to remind Liberians the purpose of our country. A country that was designated as a home for freedom, because Black people were being slaves in the United States. People were learning how to shoot gun on them. So for that reason, people came together, no matter where you came from. It's supposed to be a promise, idea. It meant to bring people together that had the same idea for freedom, liberty, justice. Liberia was supposed to be like the Western world. It was supposed to be done. It was supposed to show an example that Black person was capable to rule themselves or to rule himself. That was the purpose of Liberia. That is the purpose of Liberia. That promise has not been fulfilled. Liberia is the size of the state of Tennessee in the United States. So it is because of that purpose. Our motto is the love of liberty brought us here. It was meant that all people were supposed to be equal under the rule of law. Level playing field in terms of job opportunity, learning, access to everything. That means Monrovia now, every household is supposed to have electricity. Government building, there should be running water in the toilet to flush everywhere. All of these things are not happening. It's not a question of somebody getting PhD. We've been hearing about resources, contact here and there. We are the oldest, except for Ethiopia in Africa. None we have achieved. People are putting out numbers, contact, money, this. It never helped. That means Liberia has a problem. And when you have a problem, as an individual in the court, you need a good lawyer. For this problem in Liberia, I'll talk about the education. For the problem we have in Liberia, we have tried all the other people with this background, but still the promise of Liberia has not been fulfilled. And there is only one person who believes in the fulfillment of that promise, regardless of your status in government, in society. He promises that when he gets to power, from A, B to the 12th grade, will also get education. That is, children in high school, college, government will get them stipend so that they will teach people who are not in school others in the community as well. That is, every county, the same way it was under Tobot, will have places where people will maintain the roads. You don't have to come to Monrovia. We have the decentralized services. If you want to get a driver license, passport, everything not need to be done in Liberia. I mean in Monrovia, as it is, it has been like that forever. So for education, under Gonglo, from ABC to 12th grade, it will be free. When it comes to hospital, pregnant women, they will go to government hospital also free. Where does the money come from? The money will be tapped by stopping corruption, the ghosts, utilizing the taxes, modernizing the free port of Monrovia to expand it, to open the port of Buchanan, port of Harport, Greenville. All these things need to be, look, the people, that Providence Island is supposed to be an historic site where the slave arrived. People need to be there to see sin, the art and craft, people who are doing all this stuff, to go there. For instance, so we hear people talk this, they may were doing this, they may were doing that. It hasn't changed anybody's life. People are still poor in Liberia. Then we keep singing the same song. We keep singing that they may get a degree, they may get the experience. What has it done? How has it impacted anybody? We are talking about a system that will allow people to earn their own money. We are talking about a system that will allow girls to sell their body for school fees. We are talking about a system that a child will be able to compete. All they need to do is to score the grades. They will get the school fees.
Thank you.
That is government responsibility. That's what we're talking about here. And the only person that can do that is Tiawan Say Gongo. Corruption, rule of law has to they both go together. Without that, if you get million, Liberia will still be the same. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Jawinkin. We are Mrs. Adi.
Yeah, I just wanted to get a quick clarity from Mr. Weir concerning the stipend that Tiawan is going to, that Mr. Gonglo is going to provide for students from kindergarten up to 12th grade. I just want to ask you, is there any qualifying method that will allow parents to receive stipends for the
parent will not receive stipend. This is what's going to happen. If it will be students, 12th grade students, maybe if you are in high school, if you are in the community, after high school, if you don't do anything, you'll be allowed to teach how to read and write. And if you agree to do that, that will be mentioned and you will get stipend for doing that. So if you are in college in the communities, so this is intended within 2 years, majority of the people in Liberia will be able to read. You don't have to go to school. So children from high school, without doing anything, they will go and teach in the communities. That's what we're talking about. And those that will do that will get stipend. That's what I'm talking about here.
Okay.
Chris,
can you Chris, just quick follow up. So talking about teacher certifications, making sure we got qualified teachers and stuff like that to educate our children. If we're gonna have high school students going to work in the community, are they gonna get certified to do that?
Well, this is I think even here in the great United States, you got people that do volunteer services. So this would be how to tell people that you can volunteer to do something. You don't have to be a satisfied instructor to teach your parent in your home, for example, to how to read and write. Because the major problem we have in Liberia, where if somebody were to write a letter, you call somebody to read for you, got one person in that community to read a letter for you. But if students are volunteering, if people are volunteering, whether you are if you are on vacation, if these people can come together to teach our people how to read and write, it can be done. There is it is being done somewhere. That's what we're talking about here.
Thank you, Mr.
So
Weir.
they will not be professional teachers, but those are people that will be volunteering in the communities to teach our people how to read and write.
Thank you, Mr. Weir. Mrs. Goa.
This is just a lot. I mean, I don't understand, because even in Ghana or maybe Nigeria, which I mean, I live in those countries before I came to the States, and in the Ivory Coast, I also lived there for a year plus. I have never heard that how can you have a high school student who just graduated high school looking forward to following their education.
No,
The
while they are
secondary
in
school,
school, that's what I'm saying. While they are
they
still
want
in
to,
school,
even while they are in school, why would
you volunteer to teach.
while they are in school, do they have the time to go and study? I have high school student. My son just went to college. You know the amount of work he has to do on his own school work before he will go and be volunteer in the community. You don't think that you should revamp your policies in that they will have a GED
No.
program
Everything,
it
doesn't. What I'm trying to
the
say.
policy you see does not make sense, sir. It's not adding up to me.
Well,
It doesn't make
you are
sense.
entitled to your opinion. But what we are saying that we want for everybody to be able to read and write in Liberia. That's what we are saying. Not only those that
Yeah,
are
but for everybody to read and write
to
in
read and
Liberia,
write, for example,
I don't want.
Like if
well, you never even give me a chance to ask my question. What I'm seeing is they're seeing vagueness we were talking about United Party people or policy. That's the same vagueness.
And it's not vague. There are many Liberian people that cannot use cell phone.
If
you cannot read and write, you cannot use cell phone. Does that make sense? If you cannot read and write, you cannot use cell phone.
Let's
I disagree. I have people who can read and write against
Mr. Weah and Mr. Gay. Let's give Mrs. Goa the upper. Let's protect her. Go ahead, Mrs. Goa.
What I'm saying, Mr. Weah, is that the policy that you guys are running with, the policy is not adding up to the prepared Liberians, the ones that really actually went to school. It doesn't add up to us. You cannot tell us that a high school student who has, or maybe a graduate of high school who has a work to do for their own school will be volunteering in the community, and you will pay them to go and teach the people how to read and write. For me, I was thinking that you have something.
Does it make sense to volunteer and get something? Does it make sense? If you take
But
an hour,
for you to teach somebody how to read,
go teach,
for you to teach somebody how to read and write, you have to be certified. That's the certification.
Thank
Like
you. I don't want to.
That is your opinion. We aren't talking about academic. We aren't talking about graduation. We're talking about people to learn how to read and write. You know what I mean?
Just go out, guys. If
so
you
let me come in, please.
I will give you the opportunity.
Yes,
guys,
for you to be able to teach someone how to read and write, they have to be certified.
No, it's wrong. That is wrong.
Yeah, but some people don't have no place.
Guys, let's bring order to the show. Again, this is the Hard Zoom, a very special edition as we counting hours down to the elections on Tuesday, October 10th, 2023. This conversation or this discussion is centered around policy, specifically education in Liberia. So if you're going to the polls to make that decision, we want to make it, we want to have this discussion so you can know what candidate have the better policies for education in Liberia. So this is why our conversation will be centered around for the moment. Reverend Adi, let me give you the opportunity to chip in.
And Daryl, we have to be mindful that campaign time is over. So
it doesn't matter. We have funded talk. We have funded.
It's after 12 o'clock before we are having content.
Go, no.
You are not
helping of the campaign. We have our leverage.
We should be fine, right? Go ahead.
Derek, Derek, let's be clear. You know, the statements I'm hearing, that is how you know the inexperience from the experienced. Because even in these great United States, our children do what you call community service. So what Mr. Gunglo is proposing is not something that is impractical. Back in the day, normal days, children went to what we call vacation jobs. So that is something that is practical. Our children, given the illiteracy rate in the country, look, you know, in politics, sometimes we have to be honest and appreciate that which is good. All of us basically have almost the same policy, just different applications or different wordings. Now, let's look at the Honorable Joseph Boyka's policy. You know, people say, oh, there is nothing specific and so forth and so on. You are using Cummings will ensure. Cummings will ensure. I'm using strengthen. But you are thinking because you say ensure it's a how. No, the how is how you're going to pay for it. First of all, you have no budgetary compilation. You have not told us how you're going to pay for anything. So you come with a plan. And when you enter government, all right, based on the budget, you're going to be able to propose what investment goes into education. And that is why the Honorable Joseph Boyka, having studied the Liberian budget, looked at 1% that has been allocated to children with disability that has been outsourced to foreign partners. He wants to invest in that area. He realized that in the 4 sectors of our education, where there's a serious poor quality of instructors, he wants to invest in early childhood education instructors, which is at all-time 35% data-driven, so that these instructors can be able to influence the genesis of our youthful foundation, who are the visionaries of the future. And that is why he wants to invest in early childhood, primary, secondary, and junior high. Those 4 sectors are highly important to him. And make no mistake, he values education so much, and that is why he even facilitated the education of your vice tender bearer's mother, Charlene Brumskin. So he values education when he was at CWA. And I'm highly grateful to Madam Charlene, who was able to tell the public that Joseph Boyka is indeed a decent man and values education. So to sit here and say, oh, we don't have a how, that is not true. When you write in policy, you specify that. So you can come to say in the first 100 days, we don't want false promises because we want to win elections. Mature leaders understand the practicality of vision. And so they put forth a plan that captures the dreams and aspirations of the people, not put words out there because you want to win elections. Let's talk about the environment. You want to talk about an environment? You are proposing a plan. We've worked to secure your environment. And that is why the United Nations recognized that and understood the reality through which Joseph Imam Boyka has negotiated on many levels. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Reverend Adi. Mr. Gay, let me give you the opportunity if you have any rebuttal to what Reverend Adi.
Absolutely, I do have a rebuttal. It's very, like I said, I give him the credit because he's a preacher. He can use that skill to kind of lecture us. That's good. But we are not talking about lecturing us today. We're talking about specificity here, right? Listen, you're seeking the highest office of the land, and you're telling us you're not going to give up a plan because you don't have the budget. A budget is not a physical cash. A budget is a forecast of an expenditure that could be exact or not exact. A budget, you don't have to have money in your bank account to set a budget. You don't have to have a budget allotment, first of all, before you have a plan. So I don't understand when you say all of these things. He worked in government. You are bragging about he working in government. Granted. So then his platform has to understand, how to specify things. Like when we talk about, our brother that have challenges with drugs, right? Quote unquote Zocos. In the commission plan, there are 3 parts to address that. One,
let's stay on education.
I just gonna let me go back to education. So on educational plan, during the war, that many Liberians, boys or girls, women or men, right? They didn't have the opportunity to go to school. Many of them today are in their 30s, some of them 40s. They will not go back to regular academic school. That is why in the community educational plan, they are also included vocational training centers where they will acquire skills.
Thank you.
God has given us the God-given potential that every person has some kind of talent in them. They have skill set. That skill set just have to be sharpened, right? They can be a carpenter, electrician, plumber, you name it. Those skills.
Can I say something?
I will give you the
when
opportunity
you talk about these things, adult education is also part of the educational plan, because those people you were talking about now, adult education, the man is grown, but you can go do a late contract in the daytime, at nighttime you go to school and come back. In the time span, he will be educated. He will be, at least you'll be able to read his own letter. You'll be able to send a letter to a person. That's why technology will integrate that every high school have a computer program, so that by the time you graduate, MS Word, PowerPoint, Publisher, all the different things, you will be able to do those things.
Thank you,
You see
Mr.
the comments in
Mr.
STEM
Gay.
school.
Mr.
All
Mr.
the
Gay.
children in STEM school right now, computer is nothing for them. The
Mr.
children,
Gay.
13, 14, 13-year-old, 9-year-old children, and 8-year-old children, and they're doing so well with computer.
Mr. Gay,
So,
if I may
don't
interrupt,
come lecture us.
if I may interrupt, and so we can settle this for once and for all. Earlier, you said that Unity Party policy was vague, and I think you listen to Reverend Adi response to that. He said it's just a matter of choice of words. You use ensure, he used strengthen. So if you're saying his is vague, then your policy is just as vague as his. How do
Let me
you
speak to
respond to
that.
that?
Let me speak to that. Let me
Go
speak
ahead.
to that. First of all, you have both plans in front of you, right?
I do. Yes.
And then in our plan, we specify area. In their plan, there's no specificity. There's nothing, no specifics. That's my argument. We address
But
area
that's not true, though.
that we will tackle.
That's not true.
For
They didn't
example,
address area. The guy said
for, for, for
we're street
example,
we're street. Which area you go to street in?
Reverend
Can I
Addy,
respond to that?
yes, please. And I will come to you next. I promise, Mrs. Goa.
You know, I am quite frankly baffled that in our attempt to score political points, we are looking at the plans before us, and we keep saying, where is your specificity? Where is under education? We looked at areas of improving outcomes. That's how you talk about a plan. Okay, strengthening education system to improve outcome. In Monrovia, you have the MCSS, Monrovia Central School Systems. What does that entail? Increase in teachers' compensation, training of instructors to provide quality education, providing transportations for students to get to schools, introducing a feeding program in the school system wherein students can benefit and learn adequately, that is inconsistent with what we have now. These are practical specificities, and you're asking me for specificities. When you talk about comments, we may all go to Patawi. Is that like, what are you talking about? Patawi exists, but how do you intend to secure and improve the environment?
Let's
I said we'll build.
Mr. Gay,
We'll
Mr.
build
Gay,
tourism
Mr. Gay,
oasis. That's what I said.
Mr.
I
Gay,
said we'll
Mr.
build
Gay,
tourism oasis.
Mr. Gay,
I didn't
Mr.
say we'll
Gay.
just go to Patawi. I said we'll build oasis.
What is oasis? How?
Guys.
I mean, you're just throwing words
Reverend
out
Addy,
there. What is oasis?
Reverend Addy. Let's hear from Mrs. Goa.
Look, the back and forth is just too much with the policies, and it's so sad that most of the time, majority of Liberian men, they don't give women chance to even express themselves. That's why Mr. Weah could not allow me to speak. He did not want me to tell him, exactly what I wanted to say concerning the Liberian society. But some of the plans are out there concerning Liberia with all these policies, with the different websites. Most of them, they're not breaking down exactly what they're going to do for Liberia. I'm proud to say that Dr. Moniba's website is very different. It breaks down everything. Even a sixth grader can read it and understand. And that's when you know that somebody has a vision and plan for a country. And I will commend Charlene Brunskin for coming out and saying that, she recognizes that Ome Bwaka was able to help her mother to go to school. But can Ome Bwaka recognize that Dr. Moniba's father, Dr. Harry Fongba Moniba, brought Joseph Bwaka to government? Can Joseph Bwaka, with his own grateful set, recognize that Harry F. Moniba, the late Dr. Harry F. Moniba, brought him to government and placed him into the government, and then he was fired? So let's just pass by all that. But I just want to say that with all the plans and everything, we need an energetic president who is experienced and ready to lead, and also committed to do anything that they plan to do in Liberia. They have to be vigilant in doing what they want to do. They have to be able to relate to the international community, because Liberia is a broke country. So who candidate can do it? There's a video I just sending it back. I want your team to play that video of Mr. Bwaka, whether he will be able to have that strength with all the plans that Mr. Ade reading here, like he's citing or recitation, whether Ome Bwaka have the strength to actually be able to push his people to do this work. Can you play my video, please? Because he can't even remember when he had places. So that's why we're confused here. We need a president that will...
So thank you for coming. Distinguished Senator, the press.
Can you see?
Welcome, Mr. Former Vice President.
Thank you. I'm not even supposed to.
Yeah. More or less just a short statement about it's statement about
If I don't see the first, you can't even remember.
So, Ambassador Parker will speak shortly to
They're telling you what to say.
citizens.
Okay. Gentlemen, I don't have a written statement, but you all are aware that we've been having
He has to have a written statement.
a very, very, very tedious campaign
Prince doesn't be whispering
going
in
around
your
the
ear.
country. We cover many parts of Liberia, the Western
Can you people put it
area,
down?
northern.
And this is what we say over and over again. Liberians, you have to open your eyes. This is no joke. This has to do our future generation of children, our little girls that are being raped by the day. Let me just let you know, I am the founder and the president, along with Mrs. Ade, of the Liberian Women Advocacy Network International since 2010. We have advocated against cases in Liberia. President Barker would not have the strength to rule Liberia, to lead Liberia. Liberia is at a place right now, we don't even need a broom to sweep it. It needs tractor trailer to bring Liberia to where it's supposed to be. A leader who cannot remember where he is, cannot lead Liberia to the right direction. And that's why we are telling you people, open your eyes. They have a lot of other candidates in this race. Even Derek asked us, who we think would be in the final stages of this election. CDC and UP, I'm not even going to include them there. Liberians need to now change their direction to the new Liberia and vote Dr. Moniba in, or any other candidate that is not available that will be able to lead Liberia. These two parties, they will not be able to help Liberia at this point in time. They have failed, and we know it, so we are not going to vote there. Y'all open your eyes. Omer Barker served the country, we agree. He gave 40 years, 45 years, so we agree. But we are seeing right now, he cannot lead Liberia. This old man needs to retire. The executive mansion is not a nursing home. We are not going to put him there.
Mrs. Kwa, apparently you reached out to my production team with all my knowledge, but that video was a deviation from the conversation here. We're not talking about competence yet. We're talking about the policy on education. But let me take you, Mr. Weir.
But that video is very concerning, though.
Okay. Let's see why it is true. Why it is true I don't support Mr. Boakai.
Go ahead.
Why it is true I don't support Mr. Boakai? That video was not conclusive as to whether he doesn't know what he's doing. Even as young as we are, or as young as other people are, at times you say certain places you can think. We can sit right now. We can be at a show. I can think about something. My mind will not even be there until somebody bring it to my attention. But so, in my opinion, it's not conclusive to say he's not capable to do something, or you don't know where he was.
He's not alert. The man is not alert.
No, I understand what you are saying. But I say it is possible to become when I look at the video, it is possible that you are thinking about something else.
Guys, we talk about this video at length during our regular hard zone. So again, let's wrap up on our conversation about policy, specifically education.
So it was my turn. Let me just conclude.
Go ahead.
On the policy issue of the main thing I have to say is that whoever going to win will win. But we have been doing the same thing over and over in Liberia. The problem in Liberia is not the personality. I'll make it clear again. The problem we have in Liberia is the structure, the kind of structure we got in place. So it means if you put even third grade student or more, anybody you put in there, once that structure is in place, Liberia will be the same. So you need someone that will break this system down, that will reform this system, that will change it. That because all the thing we have been doing is the same. Whoever gets there from that, from this, from that, that's the same thing. Nothing changes. Terry was there. Terry's children did this. Nothing can. Anybody can take money and do this. Nothing will come. That's the same system. There is nobody to say that if you did this, this will happen to you. We need to show that until we begin to show that, nothing will change. So the only person that can start doing that will be Gonglo. So it means that the police officer that we cross today in the street, whether you are a minister, nobody will say, you know who I am or who are you talking to? No, it will cease. Police officer will arrest anybody. So unless we bring about rule of law, no matter what you know, no matter how much amount of money, when you take all the cash from the United States to get to Liberia, it will still be the same. We need, the problem is the system that what we have. If Joseph Boakai, or if we are waiting for the second night, unless the system changes, Liberia will be the same. So Liberians, Gonglo is the only person that willing to tear down the system to give you a better system that will work for you. That's what I am saying here.
Thank you very much. Let me take you now, Mrs. Adi. Do you have any final words on our conversation on policy? You're muted. No, we can't. I can't hear you. Can you guys hear her? Is it just me?
No, you don't hear her.
Oh, both of them. They're on the same computer. How they left the same time? Reverend Adi, before I'm about to take a break, but before I go, do you have any final words on let me tell Mr. Gay because you spoke last. Mr. Gay, do you have any final words on
Yeah, my phone said battery going there. I've been on, this is my third show for the day. My phone's I've been grinding now. Hey, ladies and gentlemen, it's a spirited conversation. Thank you for having me here. This is why we are. One thing I wanted to have said, but he left, that was the bishop. No. This dismissiveness that we have in our community needs to stop. That's one of the reasons why I have serious issue with ULA. People like us go to ULA meeting and you raise your hand and get man, sit down, man. Sit down. You know, that kind of behavior needs to stop. You can't come and dismiss a young man when you amount the pulpit of Jesus Christ to the gospel. Don't do that to us. I mean, you guys are supposed to, encourage some of us to come among you to learn from your fountain of knowledge so we can build ourselves up for the next generation that will follow us. But if you continue to suppress us, to push us down, it's not a good thing. And that this is so prevalent among the Liberian people. If I was in Liberia, the opportunity I have in America, I won't have it. The kind of people I'm leading today, I won't. Because you get set me down. I came to this country with no one single idea with technology. Today, I'm where I am because America gave me a chance. Let's stop this. We need a Liberia for all Liberians, regardless of your economic status, regardless of your educational status, regardless of your tribe, where you're from, how you sound like, how you look like. Respect every individual. How can you profess the love of Jesus Christ and dismiss the creation of God? How can you do that? Are you back my time? Thank you for having me.
Thank you very much, Bishop Hager. Oh, you just got in. I was going to come to you, but you disconnected.
Adi was supposed to speak.
Yeah, but Bishop Adi was supposed to speak before him, but he left. But I'll come back to you, Reverend Adi.
No, Mrs. Adi.
No, Miss Adi.
Oh, Mrs. Adi. I thought. Oh no! Oh, you just came back. I'm sorry. We weren't hearing you the last time. But go ahead.
What you saying now?
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we're hearing you now.
Okay, so I wanted to address my concerns to Mr. Adi. After I asked Conglo team member a question, and then I think Grace chimed in, Mr. Adi came back to say that's how you tell the experience from the inexperience. I thought that was inappropriate. He started to talk about here how our children do community service. We all live in America. We know how the system works here. I was specific about my question to the Conglo team. And I was asking because even in this great nation, before your children go to participate in any kind of community service, you got to have parental consent. That is not spelled out in how the high school students in Liberia are going to go be teaching people in the community. I wanted to hear that, okay, we're going to have forms that the parents are going to fill out. They're going to have parental consent for children who are, they got smart students who can go out there and teach people and stuff like that. That's the kind of outline I was looking for. I was getting somewhere. But I think to come and say right after Grace and I spoke, to say That's how you tell the experience from the inexperience. I think that was rude on your part. I think that was wrong towards us because we all live here. We know how our children do community service. We know the process that is involved. Some of them, we have had children and nieces and nephews who have taught other high school kids, and we had to give parental consent. And if your parents didn't give consent, you just can't go and start teaching people in the community. And that is why I was asking the team conglomerate, and you said that. So I just wanted to say that to you, Itatus, you were wrong for that. You don't say that to female. We all know, and we all in America, we have experience. We know what we are talking, and we know what exactly we want to ask.
Thank you, Reverend Adi. Let me give you the opportunity to respond.
So thank you kindly. And that is why sometimes I find it difficult participating in these conversations, because we're talking about plan. Plan is what we're talking about. I did not insult anybody, but I'm here being told I was rude. I'm here being attacked on my calling because I'm dissociating experience from inexperience. You all sit on this platform, you attack Joseph Boyka, and has in fact invoked my personality in the conversation. I have not once insulted any of you. I was speaking about the plan, a plan that is inexperienced from a plan that is much more experienced based on the candidates we're talking about. So let's be very clear. I think we're getting too much in our feelings and becoming very personal for no reason. I've dealt specifically with your candidates. I've not written insults on anybody to be told I'm rude on a public platform. This is how we determine, I repeat, an inexperience from experience. You guys argue all the time that Joseph Boyka is old, he's sick, he should retire. You just played a video of him looking cognitively disoriented. You're propagating all of that. But when I address your candidates and then you make it personal, when we're talking about plan, have I insulted any of you on this platform? The young man who just spoke specifically said, I'm a minister and they're looking up to me. Is he not the same person that's saying Joseph Boyka is old, he should sit down? Should I tell him he's disrespectful? When you guys talking about Joseph Boyka in derogatory terms, should I deem that to mean you're being disrespectful and personally attack you for that? I can't do that. When I come on this platform, I come to discuss substance, void of personal attacks. I'm talking about your candidate as you're talking about my candidate. And I'll repeat, that's how you determine an inexperienced plan from an experienced plan. And I went on to define what's inexperience. I talked about budget. I mentioned the specificities. I never addressed any of you personally. So let's be clear. I didn't come to these platforms to attack people or humiliate people. We are talking about our candidates, and I do not fault you for going at Joseph Boyka the way you do. We're in a competition, but I do mine at best with respect. So please do not call me rude. Do not love being insulted.
Mrs. Adi,
I was not on Joseph.
Mrs. Adi. Let me give Mrs. Goa the opportunity to respond. I will come back to you.
The thing is that, Reverend Adi, I don't understand when you say that we are talking to Joseph Boyka derogatively. That's not true. When somebody is old, you say they're old doesn't mean that you're talking down at them. That brain, mentality that when something's wrong with somebody and you say, okay, this is what happening, and then they say, oh, you're talking down, disrespectful and this and that. This is not about disrespect. We are talking about saving a country that have failed miserably for so many years because of war. So if we see the capacity of the former vice president that he's not up to that standard right now because of his age, we have to say that. It's just fair enough to say that Liberia need more than this, because we don't think Mr. Boyka has the strength to lead Liberia, and he cannot even remember when he's in a press conference to even state that what he saw the press. That was a planned meeting. It was a planned press conference. He did not know what to say. They have other videos that happen again. Another UP person was telling him here what to say to the people when they were interviewing him. So we just have to say that. That's not being disrespectful. It's just the truth. And it hurts.
Yeah, let me just address that issue.
Go ahead, Bishop Hager. I was going to come to you next.
Well, Joseph Boyka, Honorable Ambassador Joseph Boyka is 79 years old. naturally. He's not in competition with 35-year-old, 40-year-old, or 50-year-old men. Nobody arguing with that. What we are saying today is that in terms of who has the experience and where the Liberian people are today to remove this corrupt, incompetent Georgia, Joseph Boaga is the man. And he is the one that's going to. If all your candidates love Liberia, it's just imperative for them to come on board and we will give them space. We give them operational space to implement some of the vision. We are not denying them access to exhibit their leadership skill. There are room for them. We invited them ever since to come and join on the rescue team. Everybody's part of the rescue team. Come and be part of the rescue team. That press conference, you heard what the old man said. He been campaigning all over the place. That day, he have gone to more than 10 different engagements. It is just natural. You yourself, Miss Grace, if you go 10 places, even when you come from working your 18 hours, you are mentally tired. So for you to use that, and it is obvious, all of the press conferences, there's always a prelude. Somebody will say something, and then they call on the person to speak. That press conference, nobody said anything. He was waiting for the prelude. That's why you are asking, are you ready for me? I don't know why you're making big issue of that. Joseph Boaga have addressed press so many times. He made so many press statements. Very smart. When I listen to you like a Republican, it was fact news about Joe Biden in the country. Every little thing, they talk about Joe Biden not having the ability to lead the country. You saw the Joe report, the kind of work that Joe Biden is doing in this country. So listen, Joe, Honorable Ambassador Joseph Yuma Boaga is competent. If you're ready, let the medical practitioner evaluate the mental alertness for all of our candidates. Some of your candidates, the CDC, they were really not even allowed to pass because they're not even fit. So I'm telling you, Joseph Boaga is the man for the Liberian people. Just to come and work on both. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Can I respond to him?
I'll give you 30 seconds, but we'll have to go for break.
Yeah. So I concerning the press conference, you have to not be. I don't know whether you can really see or you hearing or you just in denial.
My eyes are open.
That press conference was called for him to clarify what happened in FOIA, and he said he never had a written statement. For you to clarify just or something that a riot that took place in FOIA from your party attacking other people, you don't need a statement for that. And that's the reason why we see that
you see that how you can make some false statements. Your party attacking.
Bishop Hagan.
No. Let's be honest.
Let's protect her. After
she shouldn't make no kind of statement about my party. No.
You can't tell her what to say. You have the right to
tell me what to say. I'm not gonna be in that you can't want to tell you what to say.
You have the
I have my own mind. I went to school and I have my own mind, so I know what to say. And you cannot compare me with your candidate and saying, even if I do 18 hours, I don't usually do 18 hours, I do 8 hours a day. I have 3 kids that I have to take to basketball and different. I still in my rightful mind. And I will tell you, my candidate, Dr. Maniba, did over 160 something interviews in places and everything, and he's still alert every time they meet him.
How old is he?
Answer question. Thank you.
How old is he?
That's the reason why we're not talking about age yet, because if we're talking about age,
but don't even compare.
Yeah,
physically, you can't even compare.
You know how old he is for you to lead Liberia. You're supposed to be in your rightful mind, remembering things. That's the kind of leader we need right now. Liberia is at a crossroads, so we need somebody who will understand and be able to be alert when it comes to Liberia. We don't need somebody who don't remember stuff. That's what I'm saying.
Thank you. Now, Bishop Hager, would you like to respond to that? We have to take a break. David, do you have?
Can I respond to that, please?
I will pass it over to Alice. I didn't go ahead. Go ahead. Respond.
Thank you. So, since we want to traffic in rumors, because no medical doctor has evaluated Dr. Moneyback or Mr. Cummings, but you want to project as a clinician that he has a mental health issue, you cannot consistently misrepresent somebody's personality on the basis of a political gotcha moment. We have a leader who cognitively responded, accurately sharing to the people that he doesn't have a prepared statement. So please tell me when Mr. Moneybar went in a press conference and had a prepared statement to read. Did he not try to speak extemporaneously? Please tell me which conference Mr. Cummings went to and he had to answer a question, you were looking at it from paper. Let's stop this. If Liberia is bigger than these personal pettiness, then let's make it about Liberia. This gotcha movement does not work because we can traffic in speculation. You have Dr. Moneybar who's not married.
I did not.
He told us on Bridge Radio that he wasn't married. Mr. Producer, please play my video. Let's speculate. Let's speculate for a minute. Let's speculate now. Since we're trafficking in speculation. Yes. Okay. So let's traffic in speculation for a second. Mr. Producer, please play my video.
I will make sure of that after the break. We'll take a break and we'll come back.
Thank you.
Yeah, guys, if you're watching us, this is the Liberia Radio and Television Network, and this is a special edition of the Hard Zone. As you know, election is just under 72 hours away, and campaign activity has been officially closed in Liberia. So, again, we'll take a very brief break. When we come back, we'll get more into our conversation, but this time we'll be talking about relevant experience and competence. So, when we come back from the break, we will bring you more discussions on that. For now, we'll see you after the break.
D12 on the mix.
Look at them, oh na na. Look at them, look at them. See, they want me to go down. Look at them, oh na na. Look at them, look at them. They want me to go down. They can make it, yeah. They can make it, oh yeah. They can make it, yeah. They can make it, oh yeah. They can make it, yeah. They can make it, oh yeah. They can make it, yeah. They can make it, oh yeah. What for you shall see your face, yeah. So I'm not rushing, no. I'm not stressing, no. You can love me. You can hate me. That Papa God will do the blessing when you take it from me, yeah. Oh, no. That God will suck it for you too, Me, I'm not fighting when you slap it from me, yeah. That God will slap it for you too, yeah. Clip on money, I say, move from yeah. Cheche pole, move from yeah. Move from yeah. Sake pane, move from yeah. Move from yeah. Come ride, move from yeah. Look at them. Look at them. Cheche pole them. Look at them. They want me to go down. Cheche pole them. Look at them. Oh na na. Look at them. Cheche pole them. Look at them. They want me to go down. They can make it. Yeah. They can make it. Oh yeah. They can make it. Yeah. They can make it. Oh yeah. They can make it. Yeah. They can make it. Oh yeah. They can make it. Yeah. They can make it. Oh yeah. Oh na na. If I'm on a beat, yeah. Nadia, na na. Clip yeah. Why you want to bring me?
My name is Bobby Diabisokan Gio, commonly known as Swagger Titi. Yeah, I'm also here to give you a little tip.
And NASABA is not only here to educate people about violence free, but we also have other programs coming on like promoting safety, so to encourage the public. So please listen as you go into Tuesday.
The organization is here to promote road safety awareness and training programs.
Violence may seem like an easy solution, but it has never been a problem solver.
Violence is the brutal or aggressive behavior which intends to inflict peace on others.
Violence in any form should be opposed because we cannot achieve anything through violence.
At the end of the day, violence never really solves problems, but rather create new ones.
Violence is not power, but the absence of power.
Talk is cheap, voting is free. Take it to the ballot box.
This message is produced by NASABA Incorporated and sponsored by Road Safely for Liberia, USA, in support of the next 2023 elections.
At Fatus, we know what it's like to feel a little homesick. That's why we work hard to bring you the very best and freshest imported foods and supplies from home. With quality design African cloths, beauty supplies, and tasty African food items, you'll feel right at home. So what are you waiting for? Stop by Fatu's African International Market for all of your household and family needs.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Here again on the Liberia Radio and Television Network. And we're bringing you a very special edition of the Horizon, and we're focusing on discussions surrounding the elections come October 10th, and this Tuesday, October 10th, 2023. Before we continue our conversation, our production team has been informed to play a video. After the video, of which we will join our panelists again to of course, I'm here with my co-host, Mr. David Tucker, and the panelists. Let's watch the video. 3, 2, 1, video.
There's a noise in the background.
We're having some technical issues. So we'll play the WhatsApp video again to replace that video.
I asked you to play my video, then you don't want you to play podcast video again. What's wrong with you?
We're having technical issue. We can play that video. We don't have copyright for that video.
Oh, really?
No.
Okay.
The video coming on.
All right, that's fine.
I'm just messing. I'm just messing with you.
But you have to mute Mr. Jawin Kendo because there's a noise in his background.
Yeah, I'm taking care of that right now.
I don't think I'll take that man off.
I'm trying to get the video in 3, 2, 1. Sorry for the inconvenience. If you're watching us, do us a favor, follow us on Facebook, share this program. We are here discussing issues in Liberia.
The man should have said fiance.
But let's discuss
but
it.
He said
Let's discuss
girlfriend.
it.
So all the girls then they're not your friends.
Why are you going to do this, man? Why you guys doing this?
I'm going to ask you one more time.
Say fiance, don't say girlfriend, because all the girls then I can be behind.
You know what? You know, I would just put it this way. I would just put it this way. I'm blessed. You know, I'm very comfortable where I'm at.
That is not the beginning of the video, man.
And anybody
that is not the beginning of the video.
In a romantic way would understand that what takes priority.
Thank you very much, Dr. Malba. Gibson, please.
Welcome to this platform, Dr. Monima. Before I ask my question, do you have a girlfriend?
We've gone beyond that.
You know, I love the fact that y'all can't find anything on me. So the only girlfriend.
Honest question. Do you have a girlfriend?
Yeah. Say that again.
Do you have a girlfriend?
Right now, I do not have a girlfriend. No.
Right now, you don't have a girlfriend.
So all the girls running behind you, they're not your friends.
What you say?
The man should have said fiance.
But let's discuss it. Let's discuss it.
So all the girls then they're not your friends.
Why are you going to do this, man? Why you guys doing this?
Dr. Monima, I'm going to ask you one more time.
Say fiance, don't say girlfriend, because all the girls then I can be behind the men are his friends.
You know what? You know, I would just put it this way. I would just put it this way. I'm blessed. I'm very comfortable where I'm at right now in my private life. And anybody who enters my life in a romantic way will understand that what takes priority in my life for the last 20 years has been Liberia. My career and my contribution to this country has been paramount. So, has it affected relationships in the past? Absolutely. But at the end of the day, again, I feel confident in what I'm doing. I feel confident in my commitment to my career, and my career is to ensure that Liberia is better tomorrow than what we have today. So again, I would say it again. I truly feel like the only reason people bring stuff like this up is because there's no holes, and I don't say it to brag, but there's no holes in my educational career. I've been blessed with academic degrees, academic scholarships of 2 masters and a PhD.
I think we can take the video
making me
down
the
now.
most educated.
Well, I really enjoyed that when you respond, man.
Bishop Hager, I would like for you to be the first to take a stab at that video we just watched, and then
Why it is not qualification for the presidency. For all over the world, there are responsibility, there are positions that will be available to you based on your marital status. The fact that if you went somewhere, if you're not married, you don't inspire a lot of confidence. You are just someone that is unpredictable. When you live with a woman, like me, I've been married 26 years, been with a single woman for 35 years, teaching and raising 3 beautiful children. It gave you that insight how to manage human being. It gave you day-to-day ability how to navigate complex situations. I respect that the moreover he's educated, he's passionate about Liberia. But I'll be honest with him, Liberia is not ready for an unmarried president. It actually brings the presidency into some kind of a disrepute. It just make it look fishy, man. I mean, I don't know, but Liberian people will judge for themselves, but that the moreover, listen, go get married, you can come back when you live with a woman for some time and raise children, then you can come and tell how you rule it, how you run the country. But to get a single, with your education is different. Living with a woman, raising children at different level altogether. Yes, I don't think, I really don't think I will be able to allow someone, not allow is too much a word to say, but like, I think we're ready for a bachelor president. No.
Bishop Yeager, I don't know what makes this relevant, because the constitution of Liberia in terms of the presidency says nothing about one should be married before. It's not a prerequisite. Marriage is not a prerequisite for one to contest the Liberian presidency. So, in my view, Mr. Mumba is not in the wrong place.
I know it's not the wrong place, but does the presidency of Liberia, does the constitution say that your sexual preference is a prerequisite? Can we allow homosexual gay to be president of Liberia?
That talks specifically about Mr.
No. Let me ask you too, because nothing there about sexual preferences.
Does the constitution forbid anyone from becoming president of Liberia until he or she is married?
Absolutely not. The constitution does not say, but there are norms in our society, our cultural values. Even though the constitution does not say so, but it's implicit. You can know where the people are, what majority of our people are. You're not going to bring any gay person here to say, oh, can be president of Liberia. We're not going to accept it, even though the constitution does not say no. The culture say no. That's it. Young man, the culture said no.
Thank you very much, Bishop Hager. And we have to be fair to the conversation. We have people talk about the sexual preference for CPP political leader, even though it's not against the constitution, and even though according to him that is not factual. We've had people talk about the health of Ambassador Joseph Boakai, Yuma Boakai, and Joseph Yuma Boakai, even though there has been no medical paper that shows him to be unfit, man, and health-wise to be president of Liberia. So I think it's fair. And given that Liberia was built on a Christian principle, I think it's fair that we talk more on this. It is not a personal attack against the personality of Dr. Moneyback. So with that being said, let me come to you, Mistress Goa. You know this candidate.
Gary, don't forget that the Constitution talk about incapacity.
I understand. I understand.
Who made that determination? Who made that determination of incapacitation?
I'm sure the election commission would have evaluated that and disqualified Mr. Ambassador Joseph Yeman Boakai had they found any issues with him. But let me ask Mrs. Goa on the issues of marriage. Does that the Moneyback believes in getting married? Is he a Christian? Does he believe in the Christian principle? And also, why is he not married?
Well, I was just enjoying Dr. Moniba respond to the question on Spoon TV, and it's so sad that because they can't find nothing on Dr. Moniba so far. I mean, they look, they are dark, Liberian people, but they can't see anything. So they talk about his personal preference in relationship, but yet they have married men in Liberia. Even some of the presidents before or going on with underage girls, raping ladies, taking women out of their marriage, got outside children and everything. And that's why the hard zone co-host in Liberia just said it's not a prerequisite to the presidency in Liberia. The Constitution did not state that. Dr. Moniba has spent almost 20 years of his young life serving Liberia in Liberia and other Liberia, locally and internationally. He focused on his education. You can see his credential is very high power, and most of us sitting here that live in America for so long, we don't even have piece of his credential and the kind of the services that he had given, even here in America. So he has everybody got their life preferences. He has dedicated his life to serving his country. He needs a partner that will be able to understand that. He doesn't want to go. I show in my heart. I don't know personally because I don't know him personally like that. But in my heart, I show he doesn't want to just get in a marriage and start to cheat on his wife and start to maybe abuse her, domestic violence, which is the rampant ills in Liberia right now, or start to step out of his marriage. So he's taking his time. He's married. He has a son. He has been in a long-term relationship before. And I'm sure as you listen to him, I'm sure because of his kind of service to Liberia or the love for country, maybe that partner was not willing to sacrifice that. So he has a son. So it means that he has a family, but he's not legally married to anyone. He has his son, which is his family, and he pay attention to his son. His son is doing well. His son lived in Liberia with him, and he's taking care of his son. His name is not all here. He's not passing around dating women. We ain't see his naked video all over the place. Nothing. He ain't got no outside married and had outside children. So I don't see any problem wrong with that. I think Liberians should even because you will pay more attention to the economy. Before I close, I would like to say there are other single leaders in the world. The economists are doing well. Thomas Buchanan was the first American president. I think the second or first, but I think it's 17. He was never married and he was the president of America. Vladimir Putin is his economy is booming. He's a single man. President is also single. Just so you know that.
Thank you very much. And I want you to clarify something. Can you stay with me? You mentioned, and I did not hear you fully. You mentioned something about first. You said that the Moneyback spent the last 20 years preparing himself as far as education is concerned and his employment. Now you also talked about that he didn't want to get into a marriage and then cheat on the person, or the person cheated on him. Can you clarify that?
No, I said in my heart, I'm sure that maybe he's not prepared to get in a marriage where he will not be ready, faithful in his marriage. It's not everybody who married just want to be married because they want that name. Like most of the people that in leadership in Liberia, they marry and they cheat on their wives, and then their wife ain't together, but they just married. I personally believe, I don't know his preferences. I don't know how he feels about, but he said on Spoon TV, which I heard clear, he said that because of the way he's dedicated to serving his country, he will have to find a partner who is in that lane. And he has not found that person, I guess. So right now he's a single man, and he's a decent single man. So he's living his life that way. I know that he has a son Mars Moniba, and the son living like bro with him. He takes care of his child, and he's living his life. He served Liberia being a single man and brought a lot of grants to Liberia.
We understand. So to your answer to the question, does he believe in getting married? Does he believe?
I'm sure he believes in marriage. He talks about one of his interviews. He talks about how he saw his father and mother was in love until his father passed away, and he believed in a loving relationship and a loving marriage where the partner understand one another and they can be there for each other. So I'm sure he believes in marriage.
In your answer to the question, just to summarize it and summarize this, why he isn't married is because he spent the last 20 years focusing on his career in education.
I'm assuming that because when you read about Dr. Moniba on the internet, which his story is all over the place, you will see that he spent the last 20 years of his life educating himself and also serving in the Liberian government.
You're assuming that is because of that.
I'm assuming that yes, maybe he just never had the time to be the minister of civil portfolio. That's a lot of work. What time do you have
taking into consideration that he had time to have a son during those 20 years?
Yeah, but do you take into consideration that he also had a long-term relationship when he had that son? Have you thought about maybe because he's so impatient to the government, maybe that's the reason why he could not see that?
I don't mean to get into that the money by personal life, but I'm going off of your assumption. One, you say this guy never had time. He spent the last 20 years focusing on his education and his career. Now you're saying he was in a long-term relationship. He had a son.
But because if he was focusing on his education in America, you don't think that he did it before? You think he just was born?
That's what I'm asking. I'm asking you. So he had a long-term relationship outside the 20 years, and his son. Did he have his son outside of the 20 years you're referring to? That's what I'm asking you. I know nothing.
What I'm saying to you is that Dr. Moniba spent 20 years of his life educating himself, preparing himself for the higher seat in Liberia now, as we can see. I don't think maybe he had planned from the beginning, or maybe he did not have, or maybe he has now. But what I know is that people go to school, they date while they're in school, they serve in government, and they date. But for you to get married to a person, you have to be equally yoked. If you not find that person to get married, that you're equally yoked, not because you're running in government. If you're not, he's a very
Mrs. Guade, the impression you create here is that because of the 20 years spending on his studies,
that's why I'm coming from.
So how can he be focused in 20 years on education and at the same time he made a baby outside with the 20 years?
Okay, so I understand where you guys are coming from. What I am coming from is that for you to be married, you have to find somebody that really you have the same goals, the same desires. You can be there for one another. If he has not found that person in the time that he was preparing himself and the time he served, he's not going to get married to somebody just to be married to be a president of Liberia.
That is totally understood.
Yes, that's what I'm just saying.
We have a bishop and a reverend here. They can tell us what it requires to be married. But what my goal here was to flag the contradiction in your statement. Now, it is okay to say you don't know why that the Moniba is not married. But if you're saying you tell us is he spent those 20 years on career and education.
I know why he's not married.
And also I will come to you, Bishop Ega.
I know
why let me come to Reverend Addy. Go ahead, Reverend Addy.
But Derry, I think we're wasting precious time because it has
no. Don't do that. Mr. Co-moderator, don't do that. Mr. Co-moderator, don't do that. Okay, don't expose your bias. But could Bishop Hager speak before I speak, please?
I hope I will have the opportunity.
He was the first. Bishop Hager won already.
I hope I will have the opportunity.
I didn't want to do it for that the Moniba supporter to another that the Moniba supporter. But after Reverend Addy, I will come to you.
Actually, I don't mind deferring to her. She can go ahead and speak to clear up what Mrs. Goa tried to,
she don't have to clear up what I have to say. I'm a full woman. I said what I said, and what I said. If you want to insinuate it to be another way, it is what it is. But I'm saying to you that Dr. Moniba spent his life studying, educating himself, and serving Liberia. He could choose to marry at that time.
Mrs. Goa, we are not really getting the issue though.
At that point,
so If Mrs. Addie wouldn't go, then I can go. But I was
Well, go
deferring to
ahead,
her.
Reverend Addy. Reverend Addy, go ahead.
All right, so let me please go ahead now. Let me please go ahead. So let's be very clear. I'm a panelist of the Bridge Radio Africa. Dr. Moneyback came on that show and stated he was in a relationship, and he had been in a relationship for 18 years and has a child. So I want to know at which time he was practicing. I mean, he was studying for the last 20 years, or now that he's 40-something years old. In the last 20 years, he dated somebody's daughter for 18 years, but didn't marry her and had a child. Does he have a commitment issue, a responsibility issue? But then he went on Spoon TV and told the whole world he's no longer dating that girl. So are we expecting an incoming leader that will go to the United Nations at one point with married Julie, and then the next time he got Juliana Silvers? Come on, let's be serious. The presidency has dignity. The presidency is a respectable a position, and that position is being looked at as a model for the nation. We are tired of the mediocrity of our presidency, irrespective of married men or presidents who have had girlfriends outside. Liberia deserves better, and let's be very clear. He dated somebody's daughter for 18 years. He said that about a few months ago on Bridge Radio Africa, and then he came back on Spoon and said he's no longer in a relationship. Is that a commitment issue? Let's traffic in speculation. Does he really believe in marriage? How long do you need to determine whether or not somebody is your wife? 18 years? His own words. 18 years. He dated somebody's daughter. How long?
Question to you, Mr.
If he
Adam,
has
are you
that
sure whether
issue
he did
with
not want to marry
commitment,
her or she
may
did
I
not want
please
to marry
finish,
him?
please? We are talking about your candidate. Let's not make this personal. Let's focus on the issue. He told the whole world it's on video.
I'm not
All
making
right,
any
on the
statement.
Bridge
I was asking you a
Radio.
question.
Can I please be protected, Mr. Moderator?
Go ahead.
Let's be protected, Mr. Moderator. We are examining our candidates, so let's be very clear. It's not personal. For 18 years, Bishop Hager, he dated somebody's daughter out of his own mouth, and then a few months later came back and told the public. When he was pointedly asked a question, "Are you married?" he punted, looked down, and could not be even straight in the face of the Liberian people. And he resorted to say, "You guys have found nothing on you." No, we found something on you. As Bishop Hagar stated, the presidency is a place of dignity, not because we've had leaders who have denigrated this very high office means we are ready for a single president. Mr. Cummings made the same mistake when they asked him a cultural question, and he said, "I struggle." I personally know that, he was not answering in a negative as people are pontificating politically, but you don't destroy people's statement like you're doing for Mr. Boyka and several other candidates in the race. When you come to asking your candidate why he's not married, then you said we should be Europeanized, we should be Westernized. No, we are Liberians, and we want our presidents to be married. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Can I ask a question before you come in?
Do you want a question or you want to rebuttal to that?
I want to rebuttal it, but then in a question form as well.
Okay, go ahead.
Mr. Adam said that this man kept a woman for 18 years. He said that's why he said on Beach Radio. I get yet to even listen to that, but he said he kept a woman for 18 years. He did not marry her. Did you ask him? Do you even know Dr. Moneyback? Did you ask him whether he did not marry her or she did not? Because for two people to get married, they have to be in agreement. So did you know whether the woman did not want to marry him or he did not want to marry her? That's my question to you.
So, Mrs. Gwa, what do you know?
Huh?
I
don't know. That's why I'm asking him, since he's insinuating that Dr. Moneyback did not want to marry this woman for 18 years.
Can you please respond to that?
Thank you. So that question is completely irrelevant. The fact of the matter, you were dating somebody for 18 years and you could not secure a marriage, and you want us to give you the presidency of Liberia. But at the same time, you're telling us it is not a requirement. But yet and still, you've made age a requirement for the election of the Honorable Joseph Boyka. You have made through your fabrications that cognitive, cognitive disorientation is the requirement as to why he should not be elected. But at the same time, culturally, you ignore the reality that a president is the father of the nation. The family structure is represented in the presidency. It doesn't have to be stated as a requirement in the Constitution. It is implicit. It is culturally acceptable. That is the expectation. So when you come with your westernized disorientation of our culture, then unfortunately, that's why we go back to the reality of inexperience versus experience. That means you're culturally insensitive. You don't understand the political culture of Liberia. And therefore, you want to westernize the presidency because we've lived in America for so long. This Dr. Moneyba has gotten wrong. As Bishop Hagar stated, there are norms that are not in our constitution. It is expected that our president should become the first family. There's a reason why it's called first family, because you model, you emulate, you project the essence of family in that position. Thank you.
Thank you very
Let
much.
me add that
Bishop Hagar, I will come to you right after.
But I just need to add one thing there because it's very important.
Let me go to Mrs. Adi first, and then I will come to you.
Thank you. Concerning the topic of marriage and dignity of the office, you know, people are saying that the office of the presidency requires dignity. And it's a good thing that people, it is the right thing for the office of the presidency to have somebody who is dignified, someone who is a good example to sit in that seat. Dr. Moneyba is unmarried, doesn't mean he's indecent. Now, talking about marriage, they're saying the boycott people are saying that he's unfit because apparently because he's a single man, if he takes the presidency, it's going to be, I guess, different women coming in and out, and there's not going to be a solid first family, and they don't want that. I'd rather take a man, I'd rather vote for a young man who has said that when I'm prepared to get married, because it's a lifelong commitment, I will get married, but no one is going to pressure me to do anything I don't want to do for political reasons. Now let's go to the people who are married, the candidates then who are married.
Yeah, before we actually do that, I don't want you to deviate, because what we're actually talking about is why is he not married? And Reverend Adi just told us that he was dating someone for 18 years. I know. Let me finish the question. I want you to respond to that. This is your candidate. Before you go to another candidate, can you respond to that? Why is he not married? If you care to respond to Reverend Adi's statement, which he said he made on a platform on camera, that he dated someone for 18 years, had a child by that person, and just recently told Spoon Network that he's no longer dating, and he's single, pretty much no longer dating that person. Do you care to respond to that?
He is not married because he's not ready to be married yet. That's the answer to you asking me why is he not married. Does that satisfy you?
It is not my question. It is
okay. Does that satisfy the question?
Go ahead.
Dr. Moneyba is not married because he's not ready to get married yet. When he's ready, when he has found a partner who he's in sync with, a partner who is willing to stand by him and his political career, to understand the ins and outs of standing by a political person, then he and that person, they will sit down, have a conversation, and move the relationship forward to marriage.
Thank you. Let me okay, go ahead. I'm sorry. I thought you ended. Go ahead.
Brian, everybody has sufficient time to talk because I have to talk.
I will give you sufficient time. Go ahead.
Okay, so people saying that single people are not prepared to take it's not right. It's not morally right, because in Liberia we are a Christian nation. There are moral cultures and there are I guess traditional cultures in the country. You won't talk about it is not right, it's a moral thing, and it's our cultures and norm in Liberia. You have to be married because, like the other boycott person said, marriage shows responsibility, that you can handle a family and all of that. So what about the presidential candidate? His presidential candidate, the Honorable Joseph Yuma Boyka, who was married, who is still married, who had also children by underage children, because we work with Liberian women advocacy. We are women group. We see these things. His daughter Rina Boyka, who
let's not do the names. They are not presidential aspirants, so we don't call their names. His children or his daughter.
Okay, his daughter. I will not call no name. He got children outside his marriage. So what do we say about that? We won't talk about dignity. And we want to talk about moral foundation. We want to talk about moral principle and responsibility. So when you married now, because you were married, been married 20 years, and you got also children. So what we supposed to say about that? Are you dignified? Are you a decent person to take the office? Are you a decent person? He had an extramarital affairs. He stepped outside his marriage and had children. He just came to Minnesota for his grandchild and wedding. That which one of his children child that? Which one of his children? Who had a child that he came to Minnesota to come attend the wedding? Let us not go there. You know, like parents are they're so hypocritical. Oh, he not married. He ain't decent to be in the office. But yet instead they take all the married people who have stepped outside the relationship and had adultery on their families. But yet they say a man who committed adultery is better than a man who is unmarried. Who does that? Who does that? Nobody does that. Dr. Clarence Quay Monima is as decent as any young man. They are pastors. They are police officers. In fact, many of the pastors, because they in church every day preaching here and they're going to the conference and this and that, many of them got a problem in their marriages. Some of their marriages ended because of their pastoral activities. Going here, there, and they couldn't sit down home to take care of their own family. Oh, a pastor, I gotta go preach here. The people coming to go preach to the church. They take their set and go. It's the same way with politics. Some of the women can't stand it, so they left. Dr. Monimba was in a relationship. Yeah, you're talking about he was 20 years, he was studying. Also, you studying, so you can't get girlfriend in school, or you're not supposed to have relationship in school yet because you focusing on your education. Let us stop that, man. Too many people, married people around here committing adultery, and they've been married, they've been in pain for 51 years. I've been married 51 years. I'm a married man. But 40 years, 45 years of that marriage, the woman have been in pain. Some of the marriages, the woman left it. Let us stop that. You don't do that.
Thank you very much.
House, don't throw stone, because we, like me advocacy, we have a personal experience with the Honorable Joseph Yuma Boyka compromising a case with a female. And if you want, we will bring all us out here. You stop it. Dr. Monima is decent. If you think Joseph Boyka is decent, Dr. Monima is just as well decent, not because he's unmarried. You don't do that. You don't do it.
Thank you very much. Bishop Hager and Reverend Adi, I will come back to you guys. She just made
a lot of statement. We got to
yes, I will give you guys the opportunity to respond to that. But let me first take Mr. Jai Winkin. We have to talk to us about the video that Monima not being married, and you've heard from the other panelists, Mr. Weir. Talk to us. You're muted. You're on mute. Mr. Weir, you're on mute.
I'm not controlling my stuff. Is
okay, yeah, you're good.
You're good. Yeah. So what I'm seeing is that we should be honest with ourselves. We should not have it both ways. I want to address the statement of Reverend Adi first, when he stated that we want to bring the Western culture. The fact that we're using the Constitution of Liberia is a Western culture, because everything that is in that Constitution is just formatted after America. So that is a Western culture. The election they said that we are having is a Western culture. The accountability we're talking about is a Western culture. We are not carrying people in the hammer will get cast. That Western culture. What we are on today now is a Western culture, and this is a mistake we make in Africa. When we talk about accountability, they give excuses. They say that we are independent government, but we don't use horns to talk the one that we use phone. These are all Western things. What do we want? Who are we? What is our identity? That's what I'm talking about here. So at times we allow things that have nothing to do with our lives to take away the main thing. It's the people arguing about they put two students outside of the school. One is Muslim, one is Christian. Instead of talking about the school fee that is the common problem, they're talking about Christianity, the one is Christian. Because nobody was put outside because of being Christian or Muslim. These two things, they are not our common problems. What am I saying? Liberia has a common problem of good governance. We got a lot of social breakdown, immorality in Monrovia, in Liberia, everywhere. I'm not supporting Mr. Mulber, Dr. Mulber of not getting married. He has his own decision. But that is also not in our constitution. If we want to preach morality, because this is a moral issue. If you want to, I'm a man also. If you want to preach morality, then I don't see any man in Liberia who is fit to be its president. Because I've been going to Liberia. I went to friends who are in government. They go to clubs, 10, 15, 20 girlfriends, and they spend up to $400 in the club per night. That is immorality. But what am I saying here? I don't know Dr. Mulber. I don't know Dr. Bork. The Ambassador Bork.
Be careful not to lose the essence of this show.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Sure. So everybody focusing on Dr. Mulber is not married. It's immoral. It doesn't represent the presidency. Yes, indeed. Everything that does represent the presidency, are we holding fast to that? I believe that corruption is not. If you are corrupt, I don't think you're supposed to be in power. That's what I'm saying. That's the way I'm going. There are many things that we do in Liberia that are not really that are immoral behavior. We have people in government. If a girl is qualified, if they don't sleep with that girl, they don't give them position. That is immorality. That's what I'm talking about here.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jawinki. Well, let me come to you, Bishop Hager, and then you can. I know you have some rebuttal going ahead.
Yeah, totally appreciate the conversation. We're talking about Liberia. We all want Liberia to be better. And I will not be here tonight to attack anybody. But what I know here is that Ambassador Joseph Newman Bwaga, he is a devoted Christian. He served over 40-some years as deacon at the Effort Baptist Church. He been married to Kamtumnu Yata Bwaka for the past 50 years, and they have 4 wonderful children together. You can go and check it out. He been married to one woman for the past 50 years. They have 4 children together. Said over 40 years as deacon to his church, Effort Baptist Church in Painesville. I am not here tonight. If anybody has information on whether Ambassador Joseph Newman Bwaga is not faithful in a marriage, when they celebrated their 50th anniversary to that woman, the wife praised her husband. She said all the wonderful things. Nobody can cry for the bereaved more than the bereaved themselves. If Katunu Yata was not happy in that marriage for 50 years, she will have made it known. She's very happy. That marriage is good, it's wonderful. That's what we talk about commitment, dedication, and seriousness. To be married to
Bishop Yeager, do you agree that Ambassador Bwaga has an outside child?
Listen, I am not here to dodge into those kind of conversations.
No, but this is one of the issues I brought up. Does he have an outside child? Does he have
For
an
me,
outside child?
I'm talking to what I know. The information she brought up tonight, I would not give any credence to that. I'm not in that position. She knows, she said what she's saying. But what I know, that what I'm telling you, that Honorable Ambassador Joseph Newman Bwaga, my informations are verifiable. He been married for over 50 years to Kantumu Yata Bwaga for 50 years. He been saying over 40 years as deacon in his church faithfully. There's no information I know that he have cheated on his wife. I have no time for that.
Bishop Hager, I'm not going to ask you that, or I'm going to say this though. It seems like you are eager to have this conversation on that the money by not being married up to the point when she alleged that Honorable Ambassador Boakai has an extramarital affair where he had a child outside of his marriage. So why the sudden change? You can talk about.
No, there's not sudden change.
Listen, let me finish.
Listen, we are serious people here.
Let me finish.
I'm not going to get involved. Listen, I'm not going to get involved.
Bishop Hagar, I opened up this conversation with you talking about Dr. Monima not being married. And you only now want to talk about it because you made this claim that
I'm talking about it. The reason.
So when did you realize that?
Ask me a question. I say it's not in the Constitution, but culturally, it is something that we are not ready for. David Kent did not.
I will hold you there. So we are not ready to have a president that's not married, but we are married. We are ready to have.
No.
Let me finish.
No.
We are not. No, let me finish, Bishop Hagar.
We are not ready.
We are not ready to have a president that is not married, but should be ready to have a president that have allegedly an extramarital affairs with a child outside. Is that what you're telling our audience?
Listen to me. When it comes to that, for me, I'm saying to you that Joseph Yuma Boakai Ambassador, Joseph Yuma lay emphasis on 50 years of being faithfully married. Why are you not talking about that?
You're not answering my question, Bishop Hagar. Do you need me to ask the question again?
So you want me to come and validate what my sister?
I'm not asking to validate anything.
I have no proof on that. I can't make any comment about that. What he has on that child, I don't know. I'm not going to give any credence to that.
I understand.
I don't know. She
understand
gave me what information. Your answer. Not me.
I have to make it clear.
I know my candidate is 50 years married, faithfully devoted man of God. That's what I know. If she knows other information, it's up to her to come up. For me, I don't know him to have children also.
Bishop Hagar, I will go back to Bishop Addy to expound that information. There are a couple of things very clear. This is an allegation, and this network cannot confirm that information. Yes. We are having this conversation based on what Mrs. Addy said. Now I'm asking you this question again.
You asking me?
Yes, I'm asking you this question.
I'm not going to engage in rumors. I don't have no information on that. What I know is that he married 50 years. Let's celebrate the man for being married 50 years. That's falling to one woman. Why are you not talking about that?
That is astonishing. That is astonishing. But if he unconfirmed.
Why are you not talking about 50 years of faithful marriage?
So are you saying let's go to Reverend?
No. You're talking about the 50 years of marriage. Is it a false thing that be married to one woman for 50 years? Why are you not talking about that?
Bishop Hagar, if he married the one woman for 300 years,
the wife ever complain to you?
Bishop Hagar,
Katuma ever complain to you and say my husband cheated?
He can be married for 300 years
and
have one extra marital affairs.
If they have problems, you are divorcing. She never did because she's happy.
Bishop Hagar, let's move to Reverend Addy. Reverend Addy, chip me on this, please.
Thank you. So here is what I find happening, right? So if somebody gets a bit testy and they don't like the facts coming out and they put out there by saying, for example, John Doe as a candidate is gay, and we're going to spend time trying to validate that John Doe as a candidate is gay. We can also do that outlandish speculation and put stuff out there. But as a network, do we spend time on trafficking in a rumor? There's a reason why I brought this up, so that my peers or my fellow panelists can see how when you put up a video and you put out a distorting information, you can also see how we can put out a video and people can walk away with different insinuations. 18 years, dating somebody's daughter, didn't get married to them, had a child with them. Those are facts. But then if I come now and put out there, is something wrong with him? And then I'm asking you to validate that. How logical does that come across? Bishop Hagar told you that is what she's put there. What I know is that he has 4 children and has been married for 50 years. You said, let's validate the rumor. Is that journalistic? We put
You
our
want me?
facts.
You want me, Bishop and Reverend Adi, with all due respect, what you said was in fact, because we haven't watched the talk show that you appear on. We haven't showed that to our audience for them to verify the information.
The Ashford Garland Show, which Radio Africa, one-on-one interview.
No,
Quote me on it. If not, sue me.
You made an attack to the few of
That
them.
was not an allegation. If not, sue me. Let Dr. Moneyba sue me.
My point here
he
is
stated this on our platform. Our platform, one-on-one. Ashford Garland. Should I send you the video?
If you send us the video, we'll play the video here. Send us the video.
Good.
But the point what I want to clarify is the information you are providing it. We haven't done any fact check. It's the same way.
No problem.
Mrs. Adi can say sue me too because she's providing this information. So you can't say that we are going off of rumors. Why should we take your words over her words? Because we are not. I clearly stated all of this information. They are unconfirmed, including the video you play. They are unconfirmed. So on behalf of the network, what she's saying is her words. This is an allegation against your guy. You can come here and say, "Oh, it is not true." That would challenge her to prove what she said. But you can't say we are going off of rumors. We're not. We're going off of what both of you said. So again, I will give you the opportunity to continue, and I will go back to Mrs. Adi if she can expound on what she said. Go ahead, Reverend Adi.
Excellent. So let's be very clear. When we mention the importance of the first family, is because the presidency represents the dignity of fatherhood, of family. And, this is not in any way stating that Mr. Moneyback couldn't be the president tomorrow, but this is what I personally and many other Liberians expect, that our president should represent familyhood, nation building, the essence of family. I didn't speak to any immorality, as they have completely, changed the conversation to a whole nother trajectory. Nobody's talking about immorality here. We're talking about the expectation of the presidency. That's all we're talking about.
Reverend Adi, we always, though you did not talk about specifically about anything being immoral. When you said that the Moneyback Ben, he dated the same person for 18 years and they didn't get married to her, that's an insinuation of immorality. That's why you make it sound.
No.
Well, you're not going to say something that cool.
That is a question of responsibility, not immorality, because we want our leader to demonstrate commitment to the service of the people. And first of all, it is quite frankly, you can expect us to believe that I put my life on hold because I want to put Liberia first. Like, come on. But you dated somebody for 18 years, had a child by somebody's daughter, but you're telling us you put your life on hold for Liberia, and we should believe that?
Are you going to
for 18 years?
Are you going to speak to the allegation against Ambassador Boyka for the extramarital
No,
affair?
listen to me. Let me be very honest with you. Bishop Hager already did, so I will not belabor the issue. So those who claim to have it, let him present their evidence of his children.
Go ahead. Let me give you the opportunity after you give us your words. We will take a break. When we come back, we'll ask you guys for your final words and then draw the curtain to this. Mistress Adi, can you expand on your allegation of Ambassador Boyka having an extramarital affair?
Well, when I started, I call a name and you said no calling names because of children. I was not prepared to come with that. I have the evidence, but I was not prepared because I didn't know we were going to end up here. However, I will send that evidence to you or to whoever in the back. I will have it and I will send it to you guys. But I wasn't prepared to have it with me now. But I started off with calling a name, and you specifically instructed me to not call names.
Thank you very much, guys. And just for information purposes, this is a talk show, not a courtroom. So we don't ask for document to prove something is true or not. If one of your panelists challenge your information, you can always find a way to prove that the information is true, unless they are choosing not to respond to that. and that is their personal choice. But we don't do the courtroom thing here. We just have you here so you can bring us your knowledge on the discussions we'll be having here. But for now, guys, if you're watching us, this is the Hard Zone, and we will take a very short break. When we come back, we'll bring you the closing statement from all of our panelists. And David, my co-host in Liberia, I'm joined by David from Liberia, and my name is Derek Galley. I'm here with a team of panelists. Again, guys, this is the Hard Zone. Let us take a very brief break. When we come back, we will bring you our closing statement.
My name is Theophilus Julipan Nelson I. I am the founder and CEO of Lift Africa LLC. Lift Africa started as an employment agency that sought the employment of immigrants coming to the U.S. and finding ways and means to go to start life in this great your country. Now we have added airport pickups and drop. Car rental, as you see, we have a new business location. Started with just a little office part, but today we have a whole complex that we can do a lot of stuff with.
Hello everyone, my name is Geneva Kreitz. I'm the Executive Administrator of Uplift Africa. We have an excellent employment rate at our company. We work with and for you regardless of your situation. If you've ever been in prison, maybe your background isn't great, do not worry. We have a place for you here. We believe in equal opportunity for everyone, especially you. So sign up today and begin earning.
My name is Emmanuel B. Horton, Operational Director for Live Africa. Live Africa is the place to be.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You're here on the Liberia Radio and Television Network. We're bringing you a special edition of the Hard Zone. Following the elections in Liberia, the elections is just under 72 hours away. And as we speak, all of the campaign activities have been closed according to the National Elections Commission guidelines. So we're just waiting for just few more days, or just a day in between, for Liberian to go to the pool to decide who will lead the country for the next 6 years. We'll have 20 people vying for that position. So Tuesday will be the day when they go decide who will be fit or who will be best to lead the country. But for now, we are having discussions surrounding Liberian politics. We talk about the policies, specifically education, and we got into other discussions, but it's now time that we go to our panelists for their closing remarks. Before I do that, let me check in with my co-host, Mr. David Tuckway, to give us his thought on the program tonight, and then I'll go to my panelists for their closing remarks. Mr. David Tuckway. You're muted.
Thank you, Derek. The program, I like the exchanges, the disagreements, the agreements, but yet we have the same interest, Liberia. So we talk, but we don't fight. And that's what I was on this show. People express their feelings, they speak out their hearts, but yet and stay at the bottom of it is Liberia. And that's how we should go about it. Keeping our country safe and peaceful by agreeing and disagreeing. And that's what exactly the show is all about. So thank you, panelists. I like that about you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ja Winkin Weah. And to those of you watching us, leave us your contribution in the comment section, and we will make sure to highlight them on the show. And it's now time to hear from our panelists to give us their closing remarks. I mean, it's two Moniba supporter, two Joseph Waka supporters. So, and you the stand alone man here for Councilor Gonglo. So I'll give you the privilege to go last. But let me take the other supporters last, one at a time. I would like to start with you, Bishop Hager. And then after, I will go to one Moniba and then to you, Reverend Addy. And then you will close Mr. Jawinkin Weir. Bishop Hager. Yes.
Well, thank you so much to all of my beautiful Liberian sisters and brothers. I do believe, honestly, just listening to you guys, that you're truly passionate about Liberia. You want the best for Liberia. Ambassador Joseph Human Boagard, he is a unifier. You want the best for Liberia. So right after the election, we will be prepared, willing to help, and put the country to where it's supposed to be. So while the train will have reached to the election destination, the governance process will need to open up to all Liberians. So to my sister Grace, Dr. Monroe has a place on the train. So we are, I told you that we still have that justice ministry position for him. He can come and we still welcome him to work in that area. To all the Liberians, Sister Vera, I'm just meeting you today. I like your passion. We're all here for the same thing. We love you. We're going to work along with all Liberians. This government of Ambassador Joseph Human Boagard is an inclusive government. We want those who mean well for Liberia to come on board so we can take the nation forward. As always say, this is the winning team. I know you have your plan, your platform, but you cannot do anything until you win an election. We are really campaign, and we are setting on Thursday. I'm inviting you to a celebratory victory party here, and you can just come. We're going to be celebrating and just appreciate it.
You haven't won yet. You already need your justice minister.
Listen, David,
that's
don't worry. On Wednesday, I promise you, David, I got to say, but I'll talk to Anderson. David, you've been working hard. We will see.
Yeah, but actually, you need the party when you win your election, and we are so confident. Yeah, but not tell a reporter from us, okay?
Thank you so much. It's been a wonderful time. We love you all, and we are there for all Liberians to make the country go forward. Our plan is, and we all know, we got to take this government for incompetent, corrupt George Weah and his people. That CDC is a disgrace. George Weah is a disgrace. We got to take George Weah from the presidency, and that's what we've been saying. He's very incompetent. He can't do anything for Liberia to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You say October what? The celebration?
The celebration will be on the 10th, 11th, 12th. Starting from the 12th, we'll start doing the celebration because the result will have
no gap for second round.
What you talking about second round? What second round?
What the Mistress Addy? Let me take you next. Your closing remark.
So I just want to say that I grew up in Effort Baptist Church from 1980 to 1990. I got baptized in Effort Baptist Church. I know of all the pastors I went through, all the deacons I went through. I am a member of Effort Baptist Church. Liberians, we need to stop the hypocrisy. We either want a good country or we don't want a good country. We tend to put our attentions to things that will not bring happiness to the country, things that will take the country down the lane. I remember when Ambassador George Weah was running for president, when he was on the campaign trail, we never saw no wife behind him. He campaigned, all through his campaign was with a girlfriend. Liberians never questioned him, even though they knew he was a married man. But they accepted the fact that he was on the campaign trail with a girlfriend, to the point that when he won and the girlfriend disappeared and then a wife appeared, that is acceptable.
Who was that girlfriend?
They said we shouldn't call news on the platform.
I mean, if they're a public figure, you can go ahead and call the name, but go ahead.
So, I mean, the story is out there, but it just shows the hypocrisy of Liberians that one set of people things are okay, and another set of other people it is not okay, and we need to stop the hypocrisy. Either we focus on the right thing or we focus on the wrong thing. The rules have to be across the board. Dr. Maniba, I want to say to the Liberian people, Dr. Maniba is a decent man. He's an experienced man. He's committed and he's ready for the job. When you go to the polls to go and vote, think about your future. Your future is at stake. It is at risk of all people, the minority in the country. They are ready to bully you out of your future. They have lived their future. Now they are saying that take your future and put it into their hands. We have people who've been in government since in the 1970s when they themselves were young people. And nobody bothered them about being public service and being in public service. Nobody ridiculed them at that time for their age, for their young age.
I guess you are alluding to Joseph Boyka.
Huh?
I guess you are alluding to Joseph Boyka.
No, I think Honorable Gonglo served in government. I don't know if it's in the 70s, but he served in government too for some years that we were not on the scene. So I don't think it's just Honorable Boycott alone. So I'm saying that, there is a time and a season for everything. Our parents are not supposed to be our guardians. They're not supposed to be our leaders. Now we are leading. We are making a place. We are laying a path to be able to take care of them. There is a time to retire. When you reach retirement age, you retire. And that's what we're saying to the Liberian people. I'm saying to them on Tuesday when they go to vote, they should think about their future, which is forward. They shouldn't think about the past because the past have done nothing to them. It's the same scenario. It's just different groups of people. The same scenario when back then people say people who in the minority suppressed the majority that brought hard feelings, that brought hatred, and it led us to war. We don't want to be put back into that positions, into that particular position moving forward. It is time for the youth to lead. We all fled war. We went outside the country. We educated ourselves. We prepare ourselves. And it's time for us to lead the country, not for the minority to stay in position and bully the majority. No.
Thank you very much, Mistress Adi. And if you can, please send us that evidence you have to prove that Ambassador Boyka was involved with extramarital affairs, just so you can shape our conversation. We have another conversation on that subject matter.
It's evidence. It's a whole human being. So you will see the picture. I will send it to you.
Whatever you have, just send it to our group chat if you can. Let me now move to Mr. Reverend Adi. Talk to us. Give us your closing remark.
My fellow Liberians, on Tuesday, you are poised to make a sound decision. But make no mistake, youthfulness and inexperience is not a right. Youthfulness and inexperience is not a vision. The reason why you're gravitating to Joseph Boyka is because you understand he's a man of integrity. There are those who are constantly begrudging him, distorting his image, his age, his personality. But I'm glad you believe in such a leader, a man who has contributed to our country, a man who you've told, Papa, we are sorry, we made a mistake. You recognize that a youthful president like George Weah and many of his entourage who are young and running the government have failed us. Our country is infested with drugs, proliferation of ghettos, rampant corruption, extra killings. Like there are just too many things happening to you. Poverty on the rise, unemployment, much of which you're struggling. To my fellow citizens, I understand that you've been saying Muya for a long time. On Tuesday, you are poised to make the right decision. You are voting for your future. You are voting for your right to live in a decent country where you can work and earn a living. And that dream and aspiration cannot become a reality until you trust someone as Joseph Boyka, who has a legacy of giving his entire life to our country so that me and you can live again and be proud of a nation indivisible under God with liberty and justice for all. Joseph Boyka brings that vision. So don't be disturbed or confused by those who profess to be young and therefore you should vote for them. Vote for vision, a vision that would change your lives, improve your schools, your hospitals, your roads, your health care. Because Joseph Yuma Boyka has done it before. As I close, there are those who are putting forth a plan. Do you want a plan, or do you want someone who's done the plan before? Don't buy pig in a bag. Buy somebody you've tried, somebody who's done the job, somebody who cares about you. And that is Joseph Yuma Boyka. Vote number 2 on Tuesday. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Reverend Nadi. And if you can, extend my greeting to Rescue Ente. But now let's take Mrs. Grace Goa for her closing remark.
So all Liberians out there, I want you to think, and I want you to think hard. Liberia has been in a depression for so many years. And the people who have, was part of the government that, never led the country well, because that's why we came into this stage where we are right now. They are telling us to vote people who does not have the alertness to lead our country at this time. Liberia is not at a joke stage. We are now a very normal country at this point in time. Liberia is way behind all the countries that are behind. So it means that we are the tail. If you sit there and vote the wrong person in, you will carry Liberia even way backwards, like the way someone started when Georgia became president. Liberia was at a stage when Ellen was in power. It was not a very good stage, but it was a stage to step on and climb to the next stage. Instead, we dare you vote my man, you vote my pa, you kill my man, you kill my pa, will vote for you. You know, boy, you not know, boy, will vote for you. Now they're saying we agree. We need you to open your eyes. This cannot be about you. It has to be about your future generation and your future as a matter of fact. But you have to also think about the next generation to come. Do you want your children to continue to suffer in Liberia? Do you want them to continue to beg bread from people who just strung crumbs to them, and those people in the position don't even know how to do anything? Do you want a country who the leadership would be Joseph Boaga, who is not alert, and then or Jeremiah Kuhn, who has no experience whatsoever when it comes to real leadership, that he has to deal with international people? Do you need that? They talk about people being married, but Jeremiah Kuhn is walking around with a girlfriend while his wife is in the cycle war and fighting for her life, and they're talking about somebody being married and not married. So do you want that kind of thing for your country? I am telling you to go to those polls and think about your life and your children's lives. Think about their future, that they will say, you know what, our forefathers fought for this. Just as the American can say, our forefathers died for this. Think about them and say, our forefathers fought for this. They sacrificed their lives and they voted the right person. And the right person at this time is Dr. Clarence Player Maniba. This is the number I'm wearing on my t-shirt. He's number 13. Go to the post and vote for him, because he will change Liberia, and Liberia will become the lighthouse of Africa. He has the technical know-how. He has the education. He has the experience. He has interacted with world leaders. He has negotiated grants and money for Liberia to build infrastructure, the one that you have right now, that this present government was able to push because the money that he left there. So he was able to do all those things. So he has the experience. He has international experience, and he has worked in Liberia. He has a foundation that helped a lot of children already. So vote him into power so Liberia can be a different place. Because as you've seen, the people we've been voting over and over again, they have not done nothing for the country. We are begging you people. Your children are dying. We work with a advocacy group that we saw a lot of girls die from rape in the last 6 years. You don't want your children to continue to go through that. Joseph Boaga don't have the alertness, I repeat, to lead Liberia at this point in time. We will need somebody who is educated, alert, very energetic, and have the willpower to stand up to the ills of the country. And that person is Dr. Clarence Player Maniba. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mistress Goa. Now let me get our final panelist, Mr. Jawinkin. We give us your closing statement. You're muted again.
Very additional. Oh, it's so they control. Are you hearing me now?
Yes.
Okay. Before I close, Grace, I think this is your second time. Vero, this shouldn't be your first time. We welcome women, want for women to be part of this show because it's being dominated by men. Okay, my fellow Liberians, Tuesday, October 10, you are going to make a decision for your life for the next 6 years. And this is the only opportunity you have. There will be no other opportunity for presidency until another 6 years. Even if you love people based on tribe, based on country of origin, based on familyship, but that does not put any money in your pocket. It doesn't give you anything. We have had a civil war. Many people died. But before the civil war, people were executed for corruption. After that, Taylor brought war that killed a lot of people. And the reason why we have all the wars is corruption. That people in power feel that it is their time to control the resources of the country, held to the majority. Everybody becomes a beggar. Your livelihood depends on, oh, my brother from America, or if I go to a minister office, I go to the senator office. That is not good for us. It's not good for the country. As I said before, our country was supposed to be an example that black man was capable of ruling. Aside from Ethiopia, we are the oldest country in Africa. And also we have a small population. We've got plenty of resources that can make the country rich, that can make every child to go to school, that can make the ministries, homes, everywhere they get running water and electricity, that you don't have to suffer for anything, that you don't have to know anybody. But there are two main things that's stopping you. Our children are talented. Our children can afford to become a pilot, even a captain of the ship. Technology. They can also invent. We are not supposed to be relying on the West. We can produce too. We got rubber, we got cocoa, we got all the resources, we got beautiful rivers, mountains, trees. We can manufacture a lot of stuff. But we need our children to be trained, not by the international community, by your government. There's a contract between you and your government. If you hire somebody, if you elect somebody that you are hiring them to work for you, there should be a contract, there should be expectation. There should be something they need to do for you. And the reason why we are not achieving all of this things I'm talking about is because of corruption and selective justice. You will agree with me. A police officer cannot arrest any minister, director. You know who I am? They can steal the money and go to your community and divide the money. That is your money. Somebody was having nothing, but by the time they become a minister, they begin to build houses. They begin to offer scholarship. We do not need individuals to offer scholarships. We want money to be put aside so that when you are competent, you can apply it and be eligible for scholarship, not by knowing anybody. And that rule of law that we need, it can be brought about only by one man, a single man, Tiawan Gonglo. He's going to make sure that you will realize your God-given potentials. Corruption is killing you. Corruption is stealing your potential. All the things that God gave you inside you, they are not coming out. We got a lot of resources that can remove all our drugs abuse children in the street to go to school. We can make things better in Liberia. As I said before, unless we change the system of governance that make people in power to be like a seeming God, you worship them. No, they are our servant. We're not supposed to worship them. They're supposed to be the one to do for us. So if you want the new beginning, the only person that can begin to bring about a new beginning in Liberia is Tiawan Say Gongo. He's number 6. This is why you're wearing the Liberia flag. You love Liberia so much. That's why you're wearing the flag of Liberia as a t-shirt. Number 6.
Thank you.
Vote for Tiamon Gonklo for better Liberia. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ja Winkin. We are Mrs. Vera Adi, Reverend Editors Adi, Mrs. Grace Goad, and my co-host, Mr. David Parker. More importantly, to all of you watching us on Facebook and YouTube, we would like to say thank you so much for your support, and we will be back here tomorrow or today at 6 p.m. again. We'll bring you special discussion as we await the elections on Tuesday. So make sure to join us at 6 p.m. Eastern time today and Tuesday as well for our continuous discussion. But for now, we'd like to draw the curtain to this special edition of the Horizon, and we will hope to see you here after. We hope to see you here today, Tuesday, and on Thursday at our regular time. Again, this is the Liberia Radio and Television Network. My name is Derek Yale. I'm here with my co-host, Mr. David Talkway, and our team of panelists, Mrs. Grace Gore, Reverend Adi, Mrs. Vera Adi, and Mr. Ja Winkin. And to all of you watching us, thank you very much. And at this time, we'd like to bid you a pleasant.
Thank you, guys. Reverend Adi, see you tomorrow.
Most definitely.
Yeah, we'll be around. Whoever wins, Liberia for all of us, guys.
D12 on the mix.
Look at them, oh na na. Look at them, look at them. See, they want me to go down. Look at them, oh na na. Look at them, look at them. They want me to go down. They can make it, oh yeah yeah yeah. They can make it, yeah yeah yeah. They can make it, oh yeah yeah yeah. They can make it, yeah yeah yeah. They can make it, oh yeah yeah yeah. They can make it, yeah yeah yeah. They can make it, oh yeah yeah yeah. What for you shall see your face, yeah. So I'm not rushing, no. I'm not stressing, no. You can love me, you can hate me. That Papa God will do the blessing when you take it from me. Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh no, that God will suck it for you too. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Me I'm not sweating when you stop it from me. Yeah, 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 yeah. That God will stop it for you too. Yeah, 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 yeah. Clip on money, go. I say, oh. Move from yeah. Cheche pole, move from yeah. Move from yeah. Sake pane, move from yeah. Move from yeah. Come around and move from yeah. Look at them. Look at them. All the cheche pole them. Look at them. They want me to go down. Cheche pole them. Look at them. Oh na na. Look at them. Cheche pole them. Look at them. They want me to go down. They can make it. Yeah yeah yeah. They can make it. Oh yeah yeah yeah. They can make it. Yeah yeah yeah. They can make it. Oh yeah yeah yeah. They can make it. Yeah yeah yeah. They can make it. Oh yeah yeah yeah. They can make it. Yeah yeah yeah. They can make it. Oh yeah yeah yeah. Oh na na. If I'm on a beat, yeah. Nadia, na na. Clip, oh yeah, yeah. Why you want to bring